The next session is in this health equity men's health conference is on unseen, untreated Black men, chronic disease, and the path to prevention. We've got two excellent presenters. One, Dr. Butler, who is here in Jackson at the University of Mississippi Medical Center as a PhD in pharmacology, and Dr. Farrow, who's down in Biloxi at the VA Health Centers, and is from Detroit and also has a practice in Detroit. Dr. Farrow concentrates on diabetes, and Dr. Butler concentrates on hypertension. And the unseen and untreated, I think, are two very classic and very distinct descriptions of both the diseases that we're going to be talking about today. Especially in Black men. So without further ado, I'm Carl Reddix. I'm a gynecologist by training with a public health degree, but every good brother needs a good gynecologist, and I represent that brother for them. But without further ado, just a quick description of from each of you as to who you are and how you got where you are very quickly. Dr. Farrow.
Can you guys, yeah, you can hear me. Be sure and let the folks out in the hall, tell them all to come in here. They're all going to want to hear this. Bring them in quickly. Anyway.
Tell them their gynecologist is summoning them.
Born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, but family lineage is from Maysville, South Carolina. My mom had 21 brothers and sisters, so we're like all over the place. Every other year I'd spend the summers down on the farm in South Carolina, so no difference. You know, you get to see this urban setting and the rural setting as well. Educated at Wayne State University, University of Michigan, Vanderbilt University for Business School. Completed a career with the Department of Veterans Affairs from geriatrics to home care, and ultimately ended up in Washington, D.C., setting up their locum tenens program, and also designing and implementing a electronic medical record accelerator, which is in use at half of all the VAs now. Retired from the VA in 2020 and became executive director for the National Diabetes and Obesity Research Institute. I see they're all coming in now. Yep, keep bringing them in. In that role, I also served as a co-chair and continue as a co-chair for the State Obesity and Diabetes Task Force. We actually have the cure for diabetes and obesity in Mississippi, and the state has endorsed that as part of its state health improvement plan. We will talk about that cure today. It basically doesn't cost you any money, and considering the challenges that rural Mississippi has, we think that that economy is really important. I retired from the Diabetes and Obesity from the National Diabetes and Obesity Research Institute earlier this year. And now I'm faculty member with Wayne State University, formerly with William Carey, and also University of South Alabama.
And before you go, how did you get to Mississippi?
Long story short, back in 2008, my wife and I were looking for new opportunities after having spent 30, 40 some years in Detroit. And we basically drove the country. Happened to see an ad for a physician at the Biloxi VA. In passing, just happened to stop in, and a woman, her name is Diane Knight, family medicine physician, looked at my resume and said, "You have tremendous potential. We're going to help you here." She's the person who actually got me to Washington, D.C. for my first position, and it had been clear sailing ever since. So it was just meeting a person who had an interest in me, not in my background at all, never met me before, but saw a person with potential. That's how I ended up here.
Thank you.
Oh, and that was 1 week before Hurricane Katrina, by the way.
2005. Dr. Butler.
Well, I'm a lifelong Mississippian. I have been involved in research now for over 30 years. I was able to complete a bachelor's degree at the University of Mississippi Medical Center back in 1993 and have really just hung around, very interested in research, very interested in biomarkers and imaging. But in my time here, I completed a master's in 1999 and a PhD in 2001. And I've kind of been a fixture in the research community with particularly in cardiovascular health and research. Some of you have probably heard about the atherosclerosis risk and community study, or the ERIC study. Another excellent project we've been able to have here in Jackson is a Jackson Heart Study. Both those projects have been very successful in recruiting Black males and females into research. And looking at the chronic diseases, I grew up in rural Mississippi in Holmes and Attala County, and there was a lot of chronic disease there. A lot of people didn't go to the doctor until until it was medically necessary. So many people are much further along in the chronic disease process than they should be. And part of that has to do with some of the systemic issues we've heard about earlier this morning, access to health care. Sometimes it's the masculinity. Men don't tend to want to go to the doctor pretty much until we have to. And oftentimes it's our loved ones, our spouses are often the ones that help get men to the doctor. But I've also branched out into community engaged research, and the only way to change some of these disparities and iniquities that we have here in Mississippi is getting more people engaged at the community level. And any way we can do that will result in a better outcome.
Thank you. Without further ado, I'm going to ask Dr. Farrow to get us started, give us the big picture. Dr. Farrow will concentrate on diabetes. Dr. Butler is going to concentrate on hypertension and hypertensive disease. So without further ado, Dr. Farrow.
We're already up. All righty. Next slide, please. And the second here. All righty. Anytime you give a talk, you have to make sure you understand motivations of the people who are talking to you. And so these are my disclosures. There's no conflict and no particular agents are being recommended today. Next slide. All right, we have a couple of goals. First, to understand, and this will be a quick presentation, to understand the relationships among obesity, diabetes, renal, and other adiposity-based chronic diseases, ABCD. You may not hear this acronym very often, but it's gaining increasing traction among physicians. We don't talk about obesity in general anymore. We don't talk about overweight. We're talking about the diseases that accompany a disproportionate excess of fat in the body. Next slide. So these are your questions, and I'll read through them and make sure you choose your answer and just write your number down. Question number 1, what body mass index, height compared to weight, predicts prediabetes? You can choose A, which is 18, B, which is 25, or C is 50. So write your answer down so you remember. Second question, what percentage body fat defines obesity? First choice is 40% women, 60% men. Second choice is 16% women, 19% men. And the final choice is 32% women, 25% men. So write your answer down for that one. I see people writing. Third, what are 3 lifestyle ways I can prevent or control obesity and diabetes? The first one is eat fresh produce. The second one is stay awake at night. And the third one is watch action movies. And then the final question for you is whether cancer cells have regular energy use, infinite growth, or limited lifespan. Next slide. And I think our slide gentleman has left. Who's doing that? Good for you. Thank you. All right. The United States is not alone in the diabetes and obesity epidemic. Numbers, back one slide, please. The numbers are increasing globally, but in Mississippi, we're spending $3.4 billion a year on diabetes and obesity related disorders. That's an awful lot of money. We could do a lot more with that money than spending it on these diseases that are actually preventable. 800 and, is this going automatically? Oh, yes, all right. 75,000 people in Mississippi don't know they have diabetes. 300,000 people, 1/10 the population knows they have diabetes, and almost 1/4 of the population has prediabetes. So that's an awful lot of people in Mississippi who are at risk. And again, we can do something about this. Next slide. So what's different? Why in the world are these diabetes and obesity rates increasing as smart as we are and as many new pharmaceutical medications as we have? There's something that doesn't make sense. And people aren't evolving to develop diabetes. There's something else going on. Well, maybe it's the decisions we make and the behavior that we have. And not that it's necessarily a bad thing. As technology improves, then we like to take advantage of that technology. Back in the 18th century, we were pretty much all out on the farm. Okay, and we would have supper, which means a light meal at dinner time because we'd been out in the field working all day. 20th, 19th, and 20th centuries, we have family dinners. So we're not out working in the fields to exhaustion anymore. We come in and we're ready for a robust meal with our family. 21st century, we don't even eat with each other. You stop by a McDonald's or go to the convenience store and grab something while you're driving your car. So those are behaviors that parallel the increase from almost no obesity in 1990 to more than 50% of the population in 2030. Next slide. And along with the increase in obesity come those adiposity-based chronic diseases. Diabetes, kidney disease, cancer, hypertension, and just about anything else that you can think of. These are all considered, to an extent, lifestyle-based metabolic disorders. Next slide. Okay. So obesity is the disproportionate accumulation of fat versus muscle. It's not how big you are. It's not how much you weigh. But if you have an excess amount of fat in your body versus the amount of muscle, then you have obesity. You can look at me and I could have obesity. You look at a young lady who's 6 foot tall and weighs 120 pounds. Yes, she could have obesity. We don't often think that way, but remember, this is a metabolic issue, not just an appearance issue. Next slide. Okay, so in obesity, we have two options. The body eats nutrients, and predominantly we're looking at glucose, which is a form of energy. You can do two things with energy. You can either use it to do work, lifting things with your muscles, processing information with your brain, or you can take that excess glucose and store it for a rainy day. If you use it for work, that's a good thing. If you continue to store it because you've got too much, then you got a problem. Next slide. I think I lost my person again. Okay. So remember that you were asked a question. What numbers define obesity? So here's your first answer. Don't forget it. According to the American Council on Exercise, women who have more than 32% body fat are considered obese. Men who have more than 25% body fat are considered obese. And a fitness range is somewhere around 24% for women and 17% for men. Trying to get out of your job. All right. So if you look at our good friends from FAMU, the 3 football players there, if I were to ask you, and I hadn't just given you this information and asked you to tell me which of them were obese, you would definitely point out the gentleman number 76 in the middle and possibly the other 2. Whereas if I asked you about the young lady on the right, you would say, oh no, she's definitely not obese. But the fact is that these guys are out working hard on the gridiron every day. They're burning that fat. If they have 70% body fat, that's a lot. This is all muscle. The young lady, on the other hand, basically is sitting watching TV. She figures that her appearance is fine, so she must be in good shape. She doesn't work out. She actually has 33% body fat. So again, it's not the appearance, it's your actual metabolic profile. And we're appreciate that physicians are paying more and more attention to that now than just using the body mass index, which is important, but it's not perfect. I did it. Okay. So diabetes. Most of you are familiar with some of the symptoms of diabetes: excessive thirst, excessive urination, weight loss, excessive hunger, impotence in gentlemen, non-healing wounds, many other issues as well. Diabetes is a prime driver for what we call non-traumatic amputations. And many of you may be aware that up in the Delta, historically, African-American men have had 10 times the national average of non-traumatic amputations, and largely related to metabolic disease like diabetes. I'm very happy that my good friend, Dr. Falusa Fakaridi, who's an interventional cardiologist, has been working for more than 10 years and has actually cut that rate significantly. But still, we need more than just being able to go in and open up blood vessels that have become occluded. We need to make sure that we stop this in the first place. And we can stop it. So that's what we'll talk about. We understand why diabetes is dangerous. We just mentioned some of the issues with the peripheral vascular disease that leads to amputation. You can also develop blindness. You can develop a stroke, heart attack, kidney disease. And just to drive the point home, these are real people. Heart attack, amputation, sleep apnea associated with obesity, and dialysis associated with kidney failure. And none of us wants any of that. This is probably going to be the most important slide in this presentation. Again, we asked, why is it that since 1990, the obesity rates have dramatically skyrocketed in the US and elsewhere, and why are we expecting a doubling of obesity rates by 2050? 100,000 years ago, it was pretty much not all you can eat. It is eat all you can. Because you didn't know where your next meal was coming from. The prey that you were chasing down was just as likely to eat you as you were to eat it. So pretty much if you were able to catch or hunt and have a successful hunt, you wanted to make sure that you maximize consumption of those calories. You ate everything because you didn't know where your next meal was coming from. So 10,000 years ago, we started farming. So at least there was some predictability in terms of the food supply, but you still had to work for it. Now, 100 years ago, we developed intermodal transportation, refrigeration, preservation, highly processed foods. We're able to ship anything that we would like to eat from anywhere on the globe. And we really don't have to work for it. So it's as simple as sitting in front of the TV and reaching over to the refrigerator and grabbing something. So now this is a situation of all you can eat, not eat all you can. And this, I'm going to suggest, is the primary driver for the problems that we're seeing now, regardless of your background. This does not apply in a place like rural Bolivia, which is very similar to Mississippi in a lot of ways and has a large African-American population, but they're South American African-Americans. Diets are similar, but they don't have the luxury of being able to sit and have the food within arm's reach. They have to go out to the farm and work every day. Similarly, in the Philippines, if you're an urban Filipino person, yes, your likelihood of developing obesity is relatively large because you have those first world conveniences like what we have in other developed countries. But in rural Philippines, it's the same issue. You will go out and work for what you get. So I'm going to propose that is a key driver for Mississippi's challenges. Notwithstanding that Mississippi is classified as among the most food insecure of states in the U.S., even though we have the best farmable land in the United States, the presence of family farms has basically been decimated by the economy and other things over time. So the quality of nutrition that's available makes a difference, and how hard you have to work to get it also makes a difference. There you go. So my erstwhile colleague has mentioned the Jackson Heart Study. I knew that would get your attention. The Jackson Heart Study continues, and it's more than 20 years old. More than 20 years old. It's the largest single study of African American populations, especially African American men, in the history of the planet. One reason I think the Jackson Heart Study is important is that it tells us that metabolic disease has consequences. You get metabolic disease, your kidneys are going to go bad. Now this is scientifically proven. It's not just conjecture. We're thinking that, you know, diabetes may be a bad thing or high blood pressure may be bad. It actually has consequences. So Jackson Heart Study was the first key. Are these things that we need to be worried about? And the answer is yes. The second key development I'm going to suggest is the National Diabetes Prevention Program. We just had the young lady here in the previous session who was from Harvard University, who talked about her experience working in the Boston community. Basically, Harvard said, if we modify diet and behavior, that will be as effective as the best medication at the time, metformin, in preventing diabetes. The study also is about 20 years old. And in fact, modifying your behavior will make a difference. So that's number two. Number three, we have the Community Health and Hypertension Research, Education, and Screening Team. This is important, and this is one of my groups, the group I worked with up in Detroit. It basically showed that intervening, bringing student health clinicians, you don't have to be a doctor, you don't have to be a nurse, all you have to be is a student who can converse with the community. Go out to the community, for example, faith-based institutions, and talk to those individuals. You can actually make a difference over time in their health literacy and help them make good lifestyle choices, which will prevent adiposity-based chronic disease. So that triumvirate actually brings us to where we are now. And I mentioned to you that we were going to tell you about Mississippi's cure for diabetes and obesity. It is focused on improving nutrition, getting information out so that people understand lifestyle behaviors to change to prevent adiposity-based chronic disease. And then finally, starting with youth and helping them learn all these things in the family environment to begin with, so that they follow the practices of good sleep, so they can make good decisions and have low stress hormone levels, taking care of their teeth so they can follow a good diet. Yes, it makes a difference. Follow that good diet, follow physical activity to promote fitness, and then make good decisions. People talk about concerns about mental health. It's basically the ability to negotiate when you have differences among people. So if you can handle that, many of the mental health challenges that we experience will be resolved. That's not an easy thing to do, but the place that education starts is in the family. So back to your questions, and then I'll shut up. Question number one, what body mass index is obese? 25. I'm sorry, for prediabetes. Second, what percentage body fat predicts obesity? 32% for women, 25% for male. So don't just look at somebody and say, oh, you're obese. No, this is an actual medical term. Number three, lifestyle ways I can prevent obesity and diabetes: eat fresh produce and get enough sleep. And then finally, cancer cells have infinite growth. If you have too many calories on board, the cancer cells are happy. They're going to take everything you eat. So there's another incentive to make sure that you follow an appropriate, healthy lifestyle diet. That's the end of the presentation. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Farrell. I want to ask you one question, and I want you to address, because most of the things that you talked about were preventable and really spoke to type 2 diabetes. And the other type of diabetes mellitus is what we used to call juvenile diabetes. and now it's just called type 1. So I just like for you to address the difference between those two, and what the things that you've talked about, what the differences are between type 1 and type 2 diabetes.
Fundamentally, the difference between type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes, in type 2 diabetes, you have insulin and it basically doesn't work. So your body produces increasing amounts of insulin to try and keep your blood sugar under control, largely because that excess percentage of fat versus muscle promotes something that's called insulin resistance. Basically, your insulin doesn't work. That's a very generic explanation for this. There's a lot of scientific detail, and type 2 diabetes can be broken down into many different subtypes. But the fundamental principle is the same. And you can appreciate this when you watch TV and see an ad for something like, and I'm not advertising a brand, but I'm just going to mention it, Ozempic. And these folks are talking about their blood sugar doing tremendously well. That accompanies a tremendous improvement in weight, which is accompanied by a loss of fat, so that insulin resistance is decreased and insulin sensitivity improves. You see actually something similar in gestational diabetes, which is important not just for the health of the mother, but because if it's not managed, it could actually result in adverse outcomes for the child, the unborn child. So we pay close attention to that. Type 1 diabetes, you don't make insulin at all. So what relevance does what I just talked about have to a person with type 1 diabetes? You still want good nutrition. You still want to get enough sleep. You still want to take care of your teeth so you can follow an appropriate diet. You still want fitness, and you still want to be able to negotiate differences with your colleagues in an appropriate way so that you don't have inappropriate mental stress and make bad decisions. That notwithstanding, there's an additional piece. You do need to take insulin, but technology is continuing to evolve to the point where for many people with type 1 diabetes, by wearing a continuous glucose monitor to determine where your blood sugar is every 5 minutes and sending that information to an insulin pump that you wear, most of the time, 22 hours a day, you don't even have to think about this. You have to give information to the pump so that it knows when you're getting ready to eat. But that system actually takes a lot of the burden of drawing insulin up in the syringe and injecting it into your body. It takes it away from you. And as technology continues to improve, the life experience of people with type 1 diabetes will become even more and more convenient, because managing that blood sugar and those insulin levels becomes more and more convenient as well.
Thank you. Last question before I get to Dr. Butler. Is there a difference in life expectancy for a type 1 diabetic that's well managed versus a type 2 diabetic that's well managed?
There used to be, and that's a telling or a leading question. 50 years ago, yes, type 1 diabetes was not a very good sentence. You do not want your kids to have that, because they're not going to have they're not going to enjoy a long, normal life. But as technology and knowledge and behaviors to accommodate the lack of insulin have improved, and our ability to fine-tune that replacement has improved as well, we can prevent these individuals from developing blindness, kidney failure, heart attacks, hypoglycemia, strokes, the other issues that plague anybody with diabetes, including diabetic ketoacidosis, which develops when you have no insulin at all and your body just tries to get calories any way it can, especially from fat cells, and that can kill you. The incidence of these problems has decreased dramatically as our medical knowledge has improved and as we've communicated it to the public. So you're pretty close to being able to live a normal, healthy lifespan with type 1. There's still a minor difference, but it's not nearly as great as it used to be.
Thank you. And Dr. Butler, please. Okay. And with Dr. Butler, again, his expertise and community involvement, particularly with the Jackson Heart Study, are very, very pertinent to this discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. First, let me say it's an honor and a privilege to be here among you to talk about some of our most pressing health issues here in Mississippi, particularly among Black men. I chose hypertension today to talk about largely because it's a huge problem in our communities, but it's also probably one of our most preventable issues, our health issues that we have. Has anybody ever heard of the silent killer? That's hypertension. How many people do you think have hypertension in Mississippi? Yeah, it's on up there. So it's right around half more. Yeah, depending on the age of the population we're looking at, because blood pressure does increase over time as we age, and largely because our arteries get stiffer or less compliant as we get older. But things that we can do to prevent hypertension is to stay active, and like Dr. Farrow said, eating right most of the time also helps. But certainly physical activity, figuring out ways to lower stress, because that's a huge contributor in many situations as well. But getting Black men to go to the doctor for preventive health seems to be a challenge, and we're trying to figure out ways to get more people engaged in research, but also more engaged in encountering healthcare much earlier. It's very bad when somebody has like a hypertensive crisis that could lead to stroke or heart attack, and oftentimes they're in the emergency room before that hypertension can be treated and potentially prevent that heart attack or stroke. But hypertension is a risk factor for many chronic diseases, as is diabetes. Oftentimes in Mississippi, we don't just treat hypertension or diabetes. We oftentimes treat hypertension and diabetes. So if you look at some of the more serious diseases like cardiovascular disease, that's very important, or otherwise we wouldn't have two very large nationally funded studies here in the Jackson, Mississippi area. But looking at hypertension as a whole, it can, and diabetes, it contributes to cardiovascular disease. But hypertension and diabetes are preventable risk factors. What about some other diseases that affect Black men, like dementia? Hypertension and diabetes also contribute significantly to dementia later in life, and oftentimes it comes much earlier in Black men compared to other populations. And Dr. Farrow also mentioned cancer. Hypertension and diabetes both are significant risk factors for development of cancer later in life. So I think if we can learn how to better control hypertension and diabetes in our population, I think we will see reductions in cardiovascular disease, cancer, and age-related dementia. Sorry about that. I hope you guys heard that. But with that, with those common diseases, certainly hypertension as well, and diabetes, once properly managed, can prevent these other terrible conditions that we see among our Black men. Thank you. Turn that back over to you.
Thank you for both of those presentations. I have a few questions that I'll start with, and principal among them for both of you, and I'd like an answer from both is, you know, most of the things that we've talked about really boil down to community engagement and education, but the reality is that that each of us should trust our physician, and make sure, hopefully, we should question things that don't make sense when when being told to act a certain way or do a certain thing. So one of the things that I'd like to ask each of you is, since one of the issues, there's so few Blacks in in healthcare, whether it's nursing or the physician profession, how has your work directly impacted the primary caregiver, especially with the Jackson Heart study and the ERIC study?
Right. Well, my work has been in research and community engagement, but anytime we can help educate physicians about, what the Jackson Heart Study does and the mission and purpose of the Jackson Heart Study, we like to take that opportunity. And that's, again, through community engagement, but we're engaging physicians rather than individual members of the community.
Look, my question really is, with all of the 20 years of data that's been collected through the Jackson Heart Study, how much of the data and the lessons are in practice by Mississippi physicians in particular?
Well, it's growing. That's a moving target because each year we like to check to see how many publications have been published using Jackson Heart data that our participants have loyally contributed over the last 25 years. So I can't give you an exact number, but I can tell you it's out there, and I think some of the Black physicians are definitely more in tune with the Jackson Heart Study and read those publications.
I'm not worried about the Black physicians.
Right.
It's those other folks, the 95% of the
White
community
physicians
who are caring for a
Right.
disproportionate number of Black patients.
There is a community coordination piece of the Jackson Heart Study, so we are working very hard to disseminate that information in the community because we know that knowledge is power, right? The more education we have, the more knowledge we have. People can make better informed decisions about their health care, but also their lifestyle choices. And one of the things about the Jackson Heart Study is it doesn't necessarily, it didn't research or necessarily study all those traditional factors that we say cause heart disease, but also some of those other issues that might contribute to heart disease, behaviors, systemic racism, other issues that come up. So there has been an active effort to disseminate that information we get from the heart study out in the community.
Thank you. Dr. Farrell?
That's a very good question, and I probably got a 5-part answer, but I'll try to keep it short. The first part, we talked about the Jackson Heart Study. We talked about the National Diabetes Prevention Program. The CDC basically tried to leverage the information from the Jackson Heart Study and similar studies that actually showed that certain behaviors and certain disease states can cause what we call end organ damage, and then try to figure out an inexpensive way to help the population change its behavior, which was proven to be beneficial in preventing these problems. The limitation, though, was that the diabetes prevention program wasn't universally available. Okay. So in addition to trying to assail or assuage public fear about participating in research, having heard about, Tuskegee and all the rest of them, one of the first things we actually did was actually found that CREST group that I mentioned before. The purpose of CREST was not to recruit people for any study. It was to teach them how to safely participate in research study. In other words, if 90% of the medication is prescribed for hypertension or for your group, but only 15% of your population is represented among the people who are studied, then that medication isn't really proven for you, is it? Because you really haven't had a chance to experience it. So there is a way and a value and a benefit to participating in certain types of research. We wanted to educate the population on that first. And I will say that that knowledge has exploded to all populations in the country and actually probably is universally ubiquitous in the medical community. We didn't write the regulations for safe participation, but we helped disseminate them. So we think that that's common knowledge among just about anybody now. The second thing was to help people understand that it doesn't matter how many medications I prescribe for you. If your nutrition is suboptimal, then you need to take more of the medications that are available to get the same result. This is to an extent somewhat an economic issue as opposed to an individual practice issue. But because Mississippi did not understand why it had such low food insecurity, we actually worked with the state to set up a platform called a nutrition monitor. It's the first time it's ever been done in the country, maybe in the world. You can actually type in your zip code on this website, which is sponsored by UMMC, and you can see concentric circles. Where's the closest grocery store within 5 miles, 10 miles, 50 miles? There are 2 counties in Mississippi that don't have a grocery store at all, and there's no other way to collect fresh produce. We didn't know that until we built this tool. This tool is available for free to the public, and we are hoping that legislators will use that to kind of incentivize the availability of fresh produce in any neighborhood that doesn't have it. So that's another tool not only for physicians to leverage, but also for you to leverage in helping the physician do a good job. The third and most important piece is for African American men and women to remember that the environment that they maintain in their household determines the risk that their children have of developing chronic disease. So you're not just changing the behaviors for yourself, you're changing them to help make sure that your children don't develop these disorders. Part of the change in that milieu or the improvement of the home environment, nutrition, sleep, handling disagreements peacefully, taking care of your teeth, those things are important to the child, but they also are part of what we call health literacy. We have found that probably the most effective countermeasure for health disparities is health literacy. If you know what you're entitled to and you go to the physician who may not be making the right recommendations for you, you can have that conversation. So I think that those 4 areas together are actually making a difference in helping people understand how the physician should be their advocate. And when they're not their advocate, they have the background and information to dispute that and negotiate it.
And make a change. My last question before we open the questions to the audience, I'd like for each of you to address the issue of whether essential hypertension is the same disease in Black folks as white folks, and same with diabetes, with type 2 diabetes. Is it the same disease in Black folks and white folks? And should we, as physicians, treat them the same? It's the drug, it's the recommendation. I mean, what's the difference between a Black patient and a similarly situated white patient? Don't turn the mic off when I ask the question.
Actually, there you go. Those of you who were here for Ms. Facil's presentation may remember that she mentioned that certain groups have certain perspectives and certain needs. As we become smarter and smarter in medicine, we're going to find out probably that there's 100 different types of diabetes. Okay, we started out with 1, then we ended up with 2, then we had 3, and now we've got type 5 diabetes, which actually is type 2 diabetes in a very thin person. The knowledge is exploding. We expect that there are going to be genes or gene profiles specific to certain types of diabetes, and each of those will need to be addressed independently. I'm going to suggest that there is no specific determination of the type of diabetes that you're going to get based on your complexion, okay, or based on where you were born, although there's a likelihood that a certain type may appear more often than others. That said, we have a certain armamentarium, good nutrition, appropriate medications, optimizing weight to manage diabetes in just about anybody. I will take a sidestep and kind of step into your territory just briefly. You guys saw the slide from Bolivia. That slide in Bolivia was basically because we were comparing hypertension in South American African Americans to hypertension in North American African Americans. That was way back in the 90s research project. We actually found that there was a particular gene that's common for North American African Americans to have who get hypertension. It's 3 times as common in Bolivia among Black people. Nobody had hypertension. Nobody had diabetes. Nobody had high cholesterol. So part of the determinant of the type of illness that you have and the treatment that you have is based maybe on your genetics, and we're learning more about that. But it's also based on your environment. So we think those are both important determining factors. The bottom line is that your physician should treat you as an individual, not just say, well, all Black people respond well to this. No. Everybody's different.
Excellent points. And one thing I will say, things are changing, but let me respond to your essential hypertension question first. There's really no difference in essential hypertension between Black people or white people. The outcome is the same. Now, we may have,
The untreated.
the untreated.
Right.
Black men and Black women tend to develop essential hypertension earlier than their white counterparts, but certainly the outcome is ultimately the same: eye damage, heart damage, kidney damage, and that's something we would like to prevent. Now, we are in the age of artificial intelligence. How many of you have smartwatches? Yeah, I have one, and there's a lot of health apps out there, and many people do have access to smartwatches. So I have a reminder to check my blood pressure twice a day, one at 6 a.m. and one at 9 p.m. And I have not had to adjust my medicine or anything, but it does make me more aware of my need to monitor that. And that's just speaking from a personal example. But there's all kinds of wearable devices that are in development. Many of them are still being researched now, and I think those are very helpful. They track blood pressure. Dr. Farrow mentioned the continuous glucose monitor, and those have kind of revolutionized the treatment of type 1 diabetes, along with the development of those insulin pumps that can get insulin, on target, as needed with that continued monitoring. Other aspects of our technology is telemedicine. And back when we in 2020, with our COVID pandemic, telemedicine took off, not because it was the latest greatest thing, because it was a medical necessity to use that technology in ways we had not used it before. And I think that has really telemedicine has really expanded in a way. Now we can see physicians and not have to leave our homes as long as we have a cell phone or a internet connection. And then we move into these artificial intelligence risk prediction models in science and medicine. And that is a wonderful developing tool, but these AI prediction models are only as good as the data that we have to plug into them. So they learn things based on existing data, and we have to have our data in a system that can be utilized by these artificial intelligence technologies. And hopefully we will see more and more of that. The data need to be complete. We don't need to be making decisions or using AI devices as tools to make healthcare decisions when we're potentially making those decisions on incomplete data. That's very dangerous in our world, isn't it, Dr. Farrow? So,
Thank you. For the audience questions, I'll bring the mic to you. So, any questions?
So do you all believe that the best remedy is treatment or prevention for healing? Because according to research, want to change this. Do you all believe that herbs could be a part of the prevention and the healing process for diabetes as well as high blood pressure?
There you go. There is a long-standing and well-respected history of traditional medicine, and
Right.
I don't say most, many cultures have that. That generally is not part of my formal training, but I don't discount it. And if a patient comes to my office and wants to discuss that, we will explore that together. It's always shared decision-making, because we can come up with any plan, but if the patient doesn't agree, it's not going to work. So, and I may have the opportunity to learn something. That notwithstanding, whatever approach you take, I could ask anybody in this room, would you rather have a medication to treat a disorder, or would you rather not get it in the first place? And I think that's a no-brainer. So ultimately, I would say both of our goals is to put ourselves out of business. And if you never get the problem to begin with, then we have the ultimate victory. Now, human nature and environment and research being what it is, that's not going to happen. We're going to be around for a long time. But the perfect solution would be that none of you ever gets a health problem in the first place. And that's my ultimate goal. And that's one reason I encourage fathers not only to practice good health behaviors, but to make sure that they work with their wives to institute these good behaviors in the home, so that the children start out well and they never get the problems in the first place.
So would you say that prevention starts in the kitchen?
I would say prevention starts in the home, and the kitchen is a vital part of that, no question. That's just my opinion. I don't know what you think.
Oh, I agree. Frying pans run in families. Just like genes.
So what would you think would be some of the major worst foods to eat that will cause these?
Well, I think that goes back to Dr. Farrow's comment earlier about health literacy being probably the most important thing we can focus on for prevention. But foods, think about fresh fruits and vegetables, lightly cooked. I prefer a lot more raw vegetables now than I used to, because that's the only way I knew they were cooked. But again, more literacy on what's healthy, how to prepare certain things, even if you have to, utilize canned vegetables and stuff. There are ways to prepare those in a more healthy way. And I think that's important. And, I'm seeing more and more men take responsibilities in the kitchen as well. So I think it's very important for men to be involved in some of those decisions that are made in the kitchen and taking a active role in preparation of meals.
We have entered into a new era, and it's called AI, artificial intelligence. How concerned are you about that artificial intelligence giving out the wrong information or turning people's head the wrong way?
Well, I can address that from my perspective. I see that as a tool, not to replace a physician or a nurse or other healthcare provider. That is a tool to maybe help them narrow down a diagnosis, or maybe perhaps put together a more effective treatment plan. I don't think that AI is ever going to be a substitute for a physician, nurse, other healthcare provider that's been trained, that's seen a lot of other patients, over their lifetime, because our knowledge in medicine is incremental. We know more today than we did yesterday. We'll know more tomorrow than we do today. So utilizing these tools, I think, is important, but I don't think people should be fearful that, oh, well, I got this standard diagnosis from an algorithm in an artificial intelligent machine. We will always have that human factor.
Just briefly, as I train medical students, I'm on faculty at Wayne State in Detroit, used to work with Carrie. I challenge my students and residents to make sure that they take their training seriously, so that they're not replaced by AI. AI will always have more access to volumes of information than you ever will. and it can process it faster. But then there's the judgmental element and there's the human interaction element that are both vitally important. And then there's the piece of being able to innovate according to the needs of your population, which AI should not be able to replace humans on. But in order for us to maintain that advantage, it takes a tremendous amount of work and being aware of the value that AI has and making sure that we hold AI to appropriate standards. I'd rather talk to a person in person and be interviewed by a reporter than have an AI group just ask me a bunch of questions and write the story.
Yes, yes, yes. You mentioned about a website that UMC has that can predict or suggest the grocery stores and an area. Could you give that website? Did you mention it?
I'll pull this up so you can actually see the image. If there's another question, if you give me a couple of seconds, I can pull it up and come back to you. Will that work?
Certainly, but thank you.
How does caffeine affect the blood pressure?
It will increase your heart rate and increase your blood pressure. Some caffeine, may be okay, but to the point where, you're drinking multiple cups of coffee to stay awake or function, that can be dangerous. So, and in some individuals, if you get a cup of coffee that's pretty strong, it can actually make your heart go into an arrhythmia. It can increase the heart rate enough that you might suffer an arrhythmia or a potential heart attack or stroke.
Could you tell me what is A1C?
A1C, I'm going to let Dr. Farrell help me out with that, but that is a measure of how much glucose gets attached to a red blood cell over time. So when hemoglobin A1C is measured, that's really a measure of how much hemoglobin is attached to red blood vessels that's circulating around in a person's body. And the neat thing about the hemoglobin A1C is physicians can have a good idea about about the control of the blood sugar that's been floating around in your circulation. So it kind of gives us an idea of how well your diabetes is controlled, for example.
That's correct. I agree that A1C shows you the control of your blood sugar over the previous 3 months. There's a certain range that you want it in. If it's less than 5.7, you're healthy. If it's between 5.7 and 6.2, you're at risk. If it's greater than 6.2, then you definitely need more aggressive intervention. But the A1C also is old technology. It's important. But if you have diabetes, probably the best tool that you could have access to, whether it's type 1, type 2, or any other type, is a continuous glucose monitor. I want to know the impact of the meal that I just ate on my blood sugar so that maybe I can adjust what I'm eating instead of having to take as much medication. That's real-time information that A1C can't give you. Both of those numbers are important, but if I had to choose one, I'd really want the continuous glucose monitor. For the gentleman who asked about the nutrition site, I'm going to have to apologize. I thought I had the address on this slide. That's what it looks like. But the address is not there. If you would talk to me afterwards, and I'll also talk to the moderators so that we can get the address out to everybody who registered so you can all have access to it, if that'll work.
All right.
One more
question.
one more thing I would like to add. If we over control diabetes or blood sugar and that hemoglobin A1C is showing below normal, over control can result in fainting spells and injuries associated with falls, especially in older adults. So
Just as over control of blood pressure.
correct. The same way with blood pressure.
You were standing. No. Well, I was going to shut things down. So if you have quickly, because we're almost out of time. I'll come to you. just didn't know, didn't get sick.
Next time. Dr. Reddish, this is for you. Are you part, did you mention you was part of the Jackson Heart Study?
Yes, sir.
I was thinking about transferring my physician to that doctor. So as far as it pertains to your heart, do y'all incorporate any type of mental health, especially for the stuff like anxiety? Because we know anxiety has a bad effect on the heart. You know,
It
you
does.
can't control that. You can't control what good is a good diet if you can't control that anxiety over there, especially in the Black African American population.
Right. And we may be confusing the Jackson Heart Study with Jackson Heart.
Okay,
Associates,
so it's the
so-
study, not the
Right.
clinic.
The study.
So I got you.
So with the Jackson Heart Study, all the participants have been enrolled in the Jackson Heart Study for now. Enrollment may open up later, but if you're definitely talk with your physician. But if you need additional health care, to talk with someone about anxiety, I'm sure they would be aware of it and the effects it could have on blood pressure and the heart as well. That's something else that, you know, from a personal standpoint, I've struggled with too in the past, and have learned, you know, maybe some better coping skills through interaction with my physician as well as a nurse practitioner.
If I could also suggest thinking about participating in a clinical trial. Mississippi is traditionally the least represented state in clinical trials to develop any new medication. So you might say, well, I'm concerned about mental health. Why would I want to be in a clinical trial? Clinical trial, you don't know whether you're getting the medication that could actually work or whether you're getting a placebo that doesn't work, but it's used to prove the value of the medication that's being tested. But what you do get is a frequency of scheduled visits and a comprehensive conversation about your lifestyle and any challenges that you may be experiencing that you don't have to pay for. And this actually goes on for a couple of years. So that's about the maximum amount of attention that you could ask for free. And sometimes the studies will actually pay you. So they will actually help you understand the challenges that you face and how to overcome them. It's one thing to go to somebody and ask them for a prescription, a solution, but it's another thing to work with them to come up with the best solution for you. So think about clinical trials.
I want to thank both of you. I want to thank the audience. And I think one of the parting pieces of information that is vitally important is that, and we think Mrs. Pencil talked about it before, and that's trust. And, you know, you've got to be in a situation where you trust your primary care provider or any other specialist that you're going to. So I think that had really come across a little subtly, but I want to make sure that we put that out there as one of the principal areas that we can control as patients. So our time is up, and
I am a participant in the heart study for many years, but I just want people to know that when you say trust the doctors, you do want to trust your doctor, because where I come from years ago, I believe Watauga County, you know, Dr. Lacey, Dr. Jackson, they'd have you herded into a hall. The doctor walks down the hall and says, "What's wrong with you, Bill? Oh, I got this. Here, take this." Keeps walking, and you know, those type of things. And in that area, if the doctor said you were dying of diabetes or whatever, they just go straight on to the funeral home and make the arrangements, you know. So we have to just know that we have to be better stewards of our own health as well. And food deserts, Mississippi it's really bad. In Glendora, Mississippi, up in the Mississippi Delta, you have to drive 40 miles in any direction, north, south, east, or west, to find the grocery store. And when you do, you're going to find substandard food.
Brand new, nowhere else in the country.
And I certainly hope that medical practice has changed in rural Mississippi, and I'm willing to bet you it has. That's one thing about, you know, mistrust. You know, that's really about kind kind of education and, being engaged in the community. The more you're engaged, the more you know. And, we're not, in research, we're not of the Tuskegee era anymore. We're, many decades past that, and we approach everything in an ethical and legal manner. And we want our participants to be informed. We want them to be properly consented. We want them to know what they're getting into. So I'm hoping that you guys, as you engage in the community, you engage in medical care, as you engage in research opportunities, I think that you will see that it's probably not like you've heard about or would expect. It's really a different environment.
And we pray that the students that y'all are teaching have that same mentality. Thank you for, my job is to just prod the bear, and y'all have done a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Thank you, and have a good lunch.
If everyone would now transition into the foyer, we do have lunch provided that they'll start passing out at 12 o'clock. So everybody would that would like to get a box lunch, and after that, come back in, and Roland Martin will be the next person we hear from. If you have a survey sheet, could you please leave it at the top right there, and I'll be sure to pick it up. Thank you.
I am sure you have enjoyed the conference thus far. You've had lunch. I've had 2 donuts and 2 cups of coffee, so y'all know I'm fired up and ready. Yes, earlier this morning we were slow rolling, but things have been going very well thus far. The vendors are fantastic. I hope you have the opportunity to stop by to see the vendors. For those of you that weren't in here this morning, my name is Christiana, and I'm here today. People are like, are you hosting? Are you the moderator? What are you? I'm keeping things flowing. They're going to flow right on through, right? We have Mr. Roland Martin here with us today. In the Benny Thompson Center, right? Again, please give Tougaloo a round of applause. It's a beautiful facility. So far, you've had the opportunity to go through many different sessions, Breathe Easier, talking about lungs, lung cancer, and health equity in Mississippi. From scrubs to strategy, the future of the Black leadership in medicine. Also preventing aggression and healing emotional pain in Black men, the unhealed wounds. Ooh, that was a good one. And the heart of the matter, talking about cardiovascular disease, kidney, and much more. Also, toxic truths, unmasking environmental injustice. There have been many different sessions and there are still plenty more to go. But before we continue on, we want to hear right now from one of the people from the council. Give me a second. He is the Institution for the Advancement of Minority Health Board Vice Chair of the Black Men's Health Equity Conference, Mr. Nick Locke. Please join us.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a point of personal privilege. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of our mayor as Director of Communications, but point of personal privilege as Vice Chair of this board, I want to say that I'm very proud of our leader, our President, CEO, Dr. Melvin. Thank you to you and your team for continuing to put on this conference and putting a spotlight on the issues that are important for the health of Black men, and I do appreciate that. Thank you. She's also a longtime friend. So the mayor really wanted to be here. He called me this morning and said that he had something else come up and could not attend. He was looking forward to being here with Mr. Roland Martin, but he unfortunately was unable to attend. I don't want to say on cameras here, but I will. I want to bring greetings to you on behalf of the city of Jackson. I'm honored to welcome you to the 2025 Black Men's Health Equity Conference, hosted by the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health. This year's theme, Prevention, Power, Progress, reflects powerful commitment to creating real and lasting change for Black men's health. The city of Jackson proudly supports this vital work to eliminate health disparities and empower the community with knowledge, resources, and advocacy. From addressing the harms of tobacco and vaping to tackling heart disease, prostate health, mental wellness, environmental justice, and more, this conference represents the kind of focused, solution-driven collaboration that uplifts lives and strengthens futures. As you gather here at Tougaloo, sacred ground for civil rights and social change, the mayor encourages you to draw strength from its legacy and inspiration from one another. Let this conference be more than a moment, let it be a movement. Thank you for your continued dedication to health equity. I wish you a successful and transformative experience. Mr. Martin may not remember because he, for years, served on several panels for CNN, but I once appeared with him on a CNN panel with John Legend. It's been several years ago, but I enjoyed that experience. And the mayor,
You sure you enjoyed that experience?
I did. You kicked my butt a bit, but I didn't forget it.
I want to make sure he said it himself.
Well, seems like you do remember. But the mayor wanted to present a proclamation honoring you, Mr. Martin. Whereas Roland S. Martin is a nationally acclaimed journalist, political analyst, author, and advocate whose distinguished career has been defined by an unwavering commitment to truth, justice, and the empowerment of African American communities, And whereas Mr. Martin serves as the host and managing editor of Roland Martin Unfiltered. Who watches Roland Martin Unfiltered? I do. Keep informed. And CEO of the Black Star Network. For Dr. Greg Carr, I'm a fan, huge fan of Dr. Carr. His platform that provides critical analysis, cultural relevant reporting, and unfiltered perspectives on issues affecting Black America. And whereas his powerful voice in media, civic engagement, and social justice has elevated public discourse and inspired generations to become more informed, active, and accountable citizens. Whereas the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health has invited Mr. Martin to serve as a keynote speaker for the 2025 Black Men's Health Equity Conference, an event dedicated to addressing disparities and promoting wellness among Black men in Mississippi and beyond. Whereas the city of Jackson commends Roland S. Martin for his enduring contributions, journalism, advocacy, social change, and probably welcomes him to our city. Now, therefore, I, John A. Horn, Mayor of the City of Jackson, do hereby recognize and honor Mr. Roland S. Martin for the exemplary leadership, visionary voice, and commitment to uplifting communities of color, and witness whereof given under my hand and seal of the City of Jackson, this, the 23rd day of August, 2025, John A. Horn, Mayor of the City of Jackson. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Nick Lott. Now, just want to remind you, this is what I'm about to say is kind of like church, okay? So when people start to come in, and if you're sitting on the end and there's some empty seats next to you, if you would kindly just push down a little bit so that the people can then sit coming in off the ends. I know it's hard to maneuver around. Why you trying to be so nice? Well, I'm
move the hell over.
Yeah.
And y'all stop being scared sitting down front. All these seats up front, y'all trying to sit all in the back.
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Very well said. Very well.
I ain't have no 2 donuts and coffee. I had pancakes, eggs, and bacon. That's how.
Well, considering the fact that I'm in the Benny, Thompson Center and I'm at Tougaloo College, you just have to understand where we are, the esteem. I'm trying to be professional.
Ain't nobody tripping by no Benny Thompson, look Kappa.
Do we have any other politicians in the place with us today? Anybody else, if you would please stand so that we could recognize you. I do see Mr. Charles Taylor here from the NAACP, so we would like to thank you for attending on today. We have our lovely ladies from the Jackson Advocate. Do you have anyone else here that would like to be recognized? Don't be shy. Just wanted to make sure I take that time. Well, now we will have a video. Okay, video.
The Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health and Tougaloo College are proud to welcome a distinguished voice in American journalism, an advocate, an author, and a table shaker whose work informs, challenges, and inspires. Mr. Roland Martin is the host and managing editor of Roland Martin Unfiltered, the first daily digital news show to deliver an unfiltered analysis of politics, culture, and current events through an African-American lens. He is the visionary behind the Black Star Network, a multimedia platform dedicated to empowering Black communities through truth-telling and storytelling. Mr. Martin has interviewed U.S. presidents, world leaders, and sparked national conversations that represent the voice and power of Black America. A 4-time NAACP Image Award winner and National Association of Black Journalists of the Year, his body of work spans decades of excellence and impact. A life member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Mr. Martin is also a tireless champion for health equity, especially for Black men. Today, he will bring more than just perspective. He will bring passion, purpose, and yes, he will bring the fun. Please welcome a national thought leader and a voice for the people, Mr. Roland S. Martin.
I know you all have seen Mr. Roland Martin many different places. And not only is he an advocate, but he definitely raises a lot of questions and issues to make sure he brings it to our attention. He makes us also think about it in a different way. You just never know. But to better,
And he might cuss.
to better tell us a little bit about Mr. Roland Martin, it's Mr. John Smith. He's the assistant provost here at Tougaloo College. Will you please join us?
Thank you.
George? Yellow? I had already turned it on. So my problem is I don't like to share. I'm not an only child,
Mic
though.
check 1, 2.
2 damn donuts and that coffee.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I have the esteemed honor and privilege of introducing a man who is not only a mentor, but he's also an alum of the same high school I went to, ironically, Jack Hicks High School, Houston, Texas.
JY.
He's also a life member, and I'm a life member also of the greatest fraternity there is in the world, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
The only fraternity. The rest of them youth groups.
And he is a beacon of light to all.
I got 2 mics in my backpack.
Over the course of a journalistic career that has seen him interview multiple U.S. presidents to top athletes and entertainers in Hollywood, Roland S. Martin is a journalist who always maintained a clear sense of his calling in this world. Many have bestowed upon him the moniker, the voice of Black America. Martin is the host and managing editor of hashtag Roland Martin Unfiltered, the first daily online show in history focused on news and analysis of politics, entertainment, sports, and culture from an African-American perspective. It was launched on September the 4th, 2018. On September the 4th, 2021, Martin launched the Black Start Network on OTT, an OTT network that features a variety of shows focused on news, culture, finance, wellness, history, and wellness. BSN is available on Apple and Android phones, Apple and Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Xbox One, and Samsung TV. So there's no way that you cannot find Martin somewhere on your television. For the last 2 years, Martin has produced a twice daily commentary on iHeartRadio's Black Information Network, heard on nearly 40 stations nationwide, which I know we do have a Black Information Network here in the Jackson area. Martin is a sought-after international speaker, delivering speeches and lectures to numerous groups annually, electrifying audiences with his deep understanding of history, politics, and culture. He has been named 4 times by Ebony Magazine as one of the 150 most influential African Americans in the United States. In October 2022, Martin was named a Fellow of the Society of Professional Journalists, the organization's highest honor. In December 2021, he was inducted as the youngest living member of the National Association of Black Journalists Hall of Fame. In 2018, he was inducted to the Texas A&M University Journalism Hall of Honor. In his career, Martin has been showered with more than 40 awards for journalistic excellence, including being named Journalist of the Year in 2013 by the National Association of Black Journalists for his extensive focus on voter suppression and other issues of concern to African Americans during the 2012 election. Martin spent 6 years as a contributor for CNN, appearing on numerous shows and earning accolades near and far for his no-holds-barred honesty, conviction, and perspective on various issues. Mr. Martin is a life member of the National Association of Black Journalists, and he's recently been voted as the Vice President of Strategic Initiatives for the National Association of Black Journalists, a life member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and a member of Sigma Pi Phi Boule Fraternity Incorporated. He is married to the Reverend Dr. Jackie Hood Martin. They reside in Northern Virginia and the Dallas area. How about that? That man has 2 area codes. So at this time, without further ado, everybody's clapping. Everybody's clapping. Everybody's clapping. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Roland S. Martin.
I'm good. I got it. Ain't no thing. You're gonna get tuckered out with them 2 donuts and that coffee. So how you doing? Okay, y'all can turn the lights back on. Y'all turn the lights down. Y'all turn back on. I like being able to see people. Glad to be here. It was an early flight out of DC, but it was no drama, so it's all good. Glad to be back. Jackson, first time actually on the campus. Never visited campus before. I think this is the 59th or the 60th HBCU that I've been to. So I'm certainly glad to be here and to see all of you on this particular Saturday. Let me also thank the folks who saw fit to invite me. I never take those things for granted or take them lightly. And so again, glad to see you. Let me also thank everybody who watches the show, who watches the network. It has been remarkable. It'll be 7 years, September 4th, since we launched the show. And you know, there were a lot of folks when TV One canceled, News One Now, who were upset and they were really bothered by it. But I wasn't because I knew exactly what I was going to be doing. And literally, as Alfred Liggins was telling me the reasons behind them canceling the show, while he was talking, I was already planning. And so for me, it was easy transition going from linear television to going to the digital side as well. Because when I ran the Chicago Defender, I launched the first Black news source audio podcast in 2005 and the first Black video news podcast in 2006. So that was literally 12 years before I did this here. And so I was always ahead of the game. And the thing about it is that, you know, we live in a world where our issues matter. And I think, you know, what we have to recognize, and this speaks to also what I'm going to talk about, is we are literally operating in a space where we are seeing before our very eyes the death of Black-owned media. If you look at an Ebony and Jet, you look at any of these publications, you look at our legacy organizations, you look at how many of our Black newspapers are behind 10, 15, 20 years in the digital space as well. And so the greatest fear that I've always had is that we're going to be asking somebody else for permission to tell our story. And that is the absolute scariest thing, asking someone that doesn't look like us and know us, can you please tell our story? So it's important for every one of us to invest in, to support Black-owned media. It's not enough to say, oh man, thank you for what y'all doing. I'm praying for y'all. We appreciate that. But praying ain't gonna pay a light bill. And people always say, man, I wish y'all could cover this and cover this and cover this. Well, you can't do those things if you don't have staff. You can't do those things if you don't have resources. And that's really important. And you know, when I launched this effort, I knew, listen, there are $350 billion spent every year on advertising. Black-owned media receives anywhere from 0.5 to 1% of that $350 billion. The federal government spends $1 billion on advertising. Black-owned media gets 1% of that. And so that's a huge reason why it's difficult for us to scale. And so when we launched this, I didn't want to do a Patreon, a subscription, because I knew folk could not pay $5.99, $6.99, $7.99 a month for our content. We wanted it widely available. Luckily, we've had some 36,000 donors that have contributed to the show in the network since we launched it, in excess of $4 million. You know, we ask on average $50 each for a person for the year. It's $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day. We've had people give $25, $10, $5, $1. We've had people give up to $30,000. That's important because if you look at our history, the Chicago Defender could not be what it was, the largest Black paper in the country, or the Pittsburgh Courier, or the Land Daily World, or Ida B. Wells and her paper, and Frederick Douglass, if Black folks did not actually subscribe to those papers. And so we have to understand that it's called mass media for a reason. Perfect example. You've got almost 200 people sitting in the room, but we're also, because I own it, I ain't got to ask anybody's permission. We're also streaming this right now on the network. We can actually restream this multiple times. We have nearly 2 million subscribers on our YouTube channel. So I don't believe in just talking to the room. I believe in talking to the nation and the world. You only can do that if you own the infrastructure. And for many of us, we support other folk. We support social platforms. We support other platforms, but too often we're not supporting something that is ours, that we own and control. And the own and control part is what's most important. Because again, because I own it and I control it, I don't have to ask somebody, hey, can I please stream this? I say, stream this. It's a very short conversation. Again, that's the difference between owning and working for somebody else. And so that's why our platforms are absolutely important, critically important. So I appreciate the folks that watch, that subscribe, that donate, because that's how we've been able to build and grow and be able to travel around this country, broadcasting all around, not just the country, but also around the world. I had a sister shot me in the airport this morning, leaving DC, and she's Liberian, and she said, I really appreciate, she said, you know, you did a story. I said, no, I just didn't do a story. I said, I was in your country for 10 days covering the 200th bicentennial. And same thing, people in Ghana and Ethiopia. And so that's what it means when we have the ability to own and control the platform. So let me get into my remarks. So I'm gonna start with this here. And I'm specifically asking this question of the men in the room. Raise your hand if you invited at least one other brother to come to this event with you and they are here. First of all, y'all know each other, so y'all don't count. So I don't know why y'all raising y'all hand. But anybody else, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who you invite? How old are you? Right there in the green shirt. Who you invite? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? You 6? You invited him? You invited both of them. Did he invite both of y'all? No, that ain't how that happened. I knew that wasn't the case. I knew it wasn't the case. All right. So now I asked that question for a reason. So about 5 brothers raised their hand. That right there, that very asking that question and that answer is part of the fundamental problem with why we're having this conversation. I say that because if we're talking about how do we impact health of Black men, how do we begin to change not just the conversation, but begin to change the outlook, it requires communication between one brother and the other. You have individuals in here who are fraternity members, individuals in here who are church members, who are part of men's groups. If you are, so I'll just do a roll call. Okay, so we already know there's only one fraternity, but we'll mention the other little groups. So if you are, I know he would look, he's a little cute Omega socks, and I was commenting on him. So if you're an Alpha, raise your hand. Okay, all right. If you are an Omega, raise your hand. All right, that's the flyway signal. Actually, that's what it is. Okay, if you're a Kappa, raise your hand. If you're a Sigma, raise your hand. You're an Iota, raise your hand. If you Prince Hall Mason, raise your hand. If you are Sigma Pi Phi Fraternity Belay, raise your hand. If you are in a church men's group, raise your hand. All right. So I walked through that. Now, if you are not in any group, raise your hand. Now, that's a whole separate speech, and that's a problem.
Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture once said, show me any African American who has done anything to impact our community. They were always associated with an organization. And I say that because we actually have capacity in our community. The problem is we're not properly using our capacity in our community. I just named you numerous organizations where we have brothers who are involved. The problem is in many of our groups, we are focused on insular. We're focused literally on our internal business as opposed to how do we deal with the personal business. Very few men, period. I don't care whether you white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, very few men have the type of personal conversations that women have, especially when it comes to health. So you ask the brother, how you doing? I'm good. That's it. You may know more about their musical taste. You may know more about who they're dating. You may know more about them playing golf. I mean, I can go down the whole line. You may know about any of that as opposed to what is happening when it comes to their health. Because we have been conditioned, and this is part of the problem with men, we have been conditioned in this patriarchal society that a man cannot show weakness. That a man has to be strong, a man has to be resolute, a man has to be the provider, a man has to take care of all these different things. And the problem with that is that we have lots of men who are dealing with significant mental issues, anxiety, all those different things, and they are carrying the weight of the world, the weight of their families around, and they literally aren't talking to anybody. Too many folks in our community do not believe in therapy, so therefore we're not trying to go to see a psychologist or a psychotherapist. And so you got folk walking around carrying a whole bunch of stuff, not knowing or understanding why they're having physical issues. And it's because we're not literally forcing the conversation. A few years ago, I went to a church men's retreat, and it was very interesting. We had a work retreat that Thursday and Friday, and so I didn't get to the retreat until Saturday evening. And so I get to the retreat, and that morning and that afternoon, they were out doing all kind of sports stuff. And I was like, okay, all right, so they had like an evening dinner. And so, all right, so they had the evening dinner, and then they had a service. And so we're sitting in the service probably about 45 minutes in this service. And behind me, I see them bringing in sandwiches and soft drinks and stuff. And I was like, we just had dinner. What are we doing? So I asked the brother next to me, he said, after the service, we're going to have snacks and we've got some games and stuff. And I went, didn't y'all play all day? Again, this is a church men's retreat. I said, y'all were playing all day. And I'm watching this whole thing happen. Now, mind you, I'm literally looking at dudes in the room who I know marriages are falling apart, having issues on their job, having health issues. And they literally are glossing over all of that sort of stuff and immediately going to the games. And I was like, yeah, we got a problem. And so I stood up and I made some remarks, and I was so ticked off. I never even, now mind you, I'd already paid for it. I didn't even check into my room. I literally drove back home. And what I said is, the problem that I have is there are mothers and wives and girlfriends and daughters and nieces and family members who sent you here to this retreat hoping you would come back different. And the only thing you're going to go home with stories of is how many games you played. And see, we have to sometimes be honest in that too many of us are having superficial dialogue and relationships and conversations and not really dealing with what is impacting us in a very personal way. The past 3 weeks, a very good friend of mine publicly announced that diagnosed with prostate cancer. Another brother, Jay Harris, an Alpha brother, went on Good Morning America talking about the exact same thing. Thursday, I got a phone call from someone, a brother who I knew in Dallas, Matthew Harton, who was a CFO at Dallas Independent School District. I knew Matthew very well. Passed away. Matthew was diagnosed with skin cancer a couple of years ago. And Matthew was a very private brother. Matthew didn't like talking about a number of different things, but Matthew we often play golf as well. And what happened, a lot of times he would be playing and not putting on sunscreen. Got skin cancer, top of his head, and then went to his then went to the rest of his body. Over 2 years, died age of 70. I'm saying that because, so again, something that very basic so raise your hand if you play golf. Raise your hand if you play golf. I've been playing golf 38 years. Okay. So how many of the guys in who raise their hand play golf, how many of you, being perfectly honest, how many of you, every time you play and you wearing shorts, or even if you're wearing pants and your arms exposed, you will put on sunscreen every time? One person. Because a lot of us have this attitude that, we black, we don't get skin cancer. Yes, we can. Again, that's a health issue. That's a health issue. And see, when we use this phrase that I love people say, health is wealth. It's true. But here's the other thing. Bad health also impacts the wealth of Black America. Because the reality is a Black man is dying at an earlier age than any other group, and that is having a negative impact financially on the Black community, which means is that we are leaving family members, we're leaving wives and family members who will be here another 10, 15, 18, 20 years after we passed away. And that means that is an income earner who is not here. Black men dying early is impacting generational wealth. So you're now talking about again, 10, 15, 17 years of earning power that positions your family in the next generation for success. And so decisions that we are making is impacting us in a very negative way. And so by us checking out of this life early, we're also leaving our family with massive amounts of debt that we accrued. And so the phrase health is wealth really means something different to us than anybody else. And so one of the things that has to happen is we have to actually be willing to have conversations that may be very uncomfortable to us, but it matters. A few weeks ago, I was in Houston, and we were just sitting around talking, and I forgot what the heck we were talking about. And my dad said, I forgot what we were talking about. He said, "You not on any medications?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Really?" And again, it wasn't, again, so I have diabetes in my family. I'm talking about both sides, grandparents, mother, father as well. And so several of my siblings being diagnosed with it. And I'm getting checked. And I'm always like, hold up, what range we in? Because we ain't trying, listen, I already hate needles. I ain't trying to do no shots. We ain't trying to do none sort of stuff like that. And I'm a little different than some other cats. So, you hear this stuff, I'm gonna get something happens and I'm gonna ignore it. No. If I get a twin, I'm gonna be like, hold up, is that gonna come back in 20 seconds? Because again, if you look at how often we ignore things, how we just pass those things off, and then we're not communicating and sharing with a friend or a church member or even a brother, whether it's a fraternity brother or a real brother, we're not doing any of that. And so Black men are literally suffering in silence because we are adhering to some silly, outdated notion of what it means to be macho. That to me is stupid. I don't understand anybody who walks around in pain. Ain't no way in hell I'm walking around in pain. That's just not going to happen. Okay? And the crazy thing is, even when the stats are clear, even if we have health care, we still won't go to the doctor. And if I hear one more brother say Tuskegee, I'm gonna cuss them out. And I get it. I get it. But here's what I also understand. And we also know this based upon the data. The reality is African Americans are going to typically get better care from a Black doctor than they are a white doctor. Those are simple facts. Now, it doesn't mean that's the case of every Black doctor. It doesn't mean that every white doctor is awful. But the reality is, look, we know this when it comes to women, no matter even what your income is, that you can be a highly successful, rich Black woman like Serena Williams, and white doctors are not listening to you when you are having a child, which is why Black women die at a 3 times higher rate when it comes to the issue of having a child, because doctors are not listening to them. And this state is the worst in America on that very issue. And so now we're confronted with a serious fundamental problem. And that is, in our community, we are not being honest and real about the conversations of health, of fitness, of wellness, of what we eat, how much we eat, what we drink, what we consume, what we breathe, what our environment is like. And so we'd like to push that thing off to say, oh, no, I'm big bone. No, you're not. We come up with a whole lot. See, some of y'all like, yeah, I'd heard that before. She's like, yeah, I'd heard that before. Then somebody probably saying, yeah, I used that one before. So, and again, we're not, and so what then happens is what we do is we come up with excuses about the present day, and then when catastrophe hits, then we go, damn, I wish I had listened. When you look at how many brothers are suffering from strokes, when you look at the issue of diabetes, and you look at amputations, literally African Americans get limbs amputated at a higher rate than any other group in this country. And so I am not of the belief that when we look at the health stats that impact us, that somehow those stats can't be changed. I understand systemic racism. I understand bias. I understand access to quality health care. I understand all of those things. But when I look at the fact that we have information, but then many of us are choosing to ignore the information, that for me is a problem. Change this conversation. It's not going to happen on a macro level, which is a large level. And see, we're excellent at saying, oh man, we can get all the people in the right room, and then we can get people together, and we can create this whole program, and then we can do this whole thing nationally. No. The reality is these things have to change on a micro level. And what I mean by micro level, I don't mean, well, the top half of the room versus the bottom half of this room, or the top row versus the bottom row. No, really, I'm talking about seat by seat by seat by seat by seat. And so imagine if we talk about how do we change this? And I talk about this when it comes to voting, when it comes to how do we invest, when it comes to economics. This is literally how the model works. You cannot confront or change what happens nationally if you don't change states. You can't change states if you don't change cities. Cities are changed by neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are changed by blocks. Blocks are changed by streets. Streets are changed by homes. A home is changed by one person in the home saying, this is now how we're going to operate. If I want to save $1 million, I got to save $1. Then I got to be able to save 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and then go from there. And so the same process has to happen when we're talking about our health. We then have to first isolate, okay, what range are we in? Are we in a danger zone with our health? Are we fair? Are we good? Are we excellent? Where do we stand? Which means that we have to avail ourselves of medical practitioners. Here's one thing that is absolutely insane to me, and I've witnessed this in a bank, I've witnessed this at church. When I belonged to Friendship West Baptist Church in Dallas, with a nurses ministry. Now, these were the same nurses that if your ass got sick, they in the smots in the hospital. The exact same nurses, Baylor College of Medicine, MD Anderson, Herman Hospital in Houston, like the exact same nurses. So after church, they would do once a month, sometimes twice a month, free screenings. They would, folks about diabetes screening, young black people, no, they check your sugar. We the only ones say that. Don't nobody else. You literally ain't heard nobody white, Latino, or Asian say, I need my sugar checked. But we all know what the hell that means. I need my sugar checked. So they were doing free screenings for that. They were doing free high blood pressure screenings. It was something else. And it was the craziest thing to me to literally see people, no, I gotta go. It's free. It's free. It was the craziest thing to me. Now, I'm ignorant. So I wasn't a part of the nurses ministry, but I am a communicator. So I was the one going, where you going? Nurses ministry loved me because I was just rolling them in. I'm like, oh, come here. Come get your behind checked. You know you got high blood pressure. Come on over and get checked. Oh, I was calling everybody out in church. So nurses ministry used to crack up laughing because I would call everybody out and make them sit down and get checked. Because wow, it's free. How you gonna get mad at stick your arm out, check your blood pressure, got it, I prick your finger, know what, no. It was the mind, it just, I didn't understand it. Same thing, I was in the bank, they have free checks. People like, oh no, I gotta go. I'm like, it's 10 minutes. Let me tell you what happened one Sunday. So mother comes in and she's with a couple of children and this young boy, I mean, he was not more than 10 or 12. And we check his blood pressure. This boy's blood pressure was sky high. No, sky high. No, it was out of space high. And so they say, ma'am, we need to get your son. Doctor says, well, I take your money. I said, no, I don't think you understand. We need to call now. They had no idea why this kid, who's no more than 12 years old, why his blood pressure was that high. Well, they looked at his eyes and how red they were and looked at that blood pressure number and they said, no, we have to go to the ER now. Had I not harangued them to get checked, no telling what would have happened to that young kid when they left there. But a free blood pressure check caused them to say, no, he has to go now. And see, we have to actually change our mentality for stuff like that. We literally are going to, if we are sitting here, we got all of these different clinics and this, that, and the other. And I don't understand why we just say, oh no, I'm too busy. Because here's what's going to happen. When you stroke out, you can't go nowhere. Now you sitting there, you trying to get feeling back in your limbs. Now you sitting there begging folk to pray for you, everything. And you could have literally gotten an early warning by simply stopping right there, which means that what you have to do and what you have to do is say, no, y'all getting checked right now. No, we ain't going to dinner. We ain't going to eat nowhere. Guess what? You're going to be paying for your own meal. You don't sit you behind. I'll use money against everybody. I ain't paying for nothing unless this happens. Now, if y'all want to pay for your own stuff, go right ahead. But that has to happen. We have screenings all the time and people don't get checked. I was just at, I was speaking at the Black Women's Expo in Chicago. And so we were done, I'm just sort of walking through, chilling. So they had some screenings and one was like, she's like, you want to get screened? I'm like, all right, what y'all screening for? And she said, A1 something. I was like, baby, that's sugar. And so got screened for that, got screened for blood pressure. It was something that's like, all right, cool. And so we did it, 10, 12 minutes, max 15 minutes. I remember I was somewhere else, and it was an event in California I was speaking at, and so when I got done, I was like, all right, time for these screenings. And I'm walking through, they were like, yeah. I was like, yeah, come on. They had I said, all right, roll the cameras. And they were like, you sure? I'm like, okay, what? I'm already on social media. I got 5 million followers. What, I'm a trip. I said, ooh, people see me get my blood pressure checked. But I purposely said do that because that's a perfect example. If you know what your number is on a consistent basis, so then when you get checked and that number is 20, 30 points higher, then you know, hold up, that ain't my number. Need y'all to check it again, or not. I remember once at church, I got checked. My number was about 20 points higher. I had a sinus infection at the time. I knew I had a sinus infection. That's why my number was high. But because I get my blood pressure checked on a regular basis, if we higher than 110 over 65, we'll give you 120. But if they hit me with a 135, I'm like, better check your machine again, and we'll do it again because I'm getting it checked on a regular basis. I'm getting checked on a regular basis to make sure I'm not in the pre-diabetic zone or even worse. And so I'm not walking past that. And so we're going to have to be vigilant to literally grab our folk and say, sit your behind down. We're going to have mothers and fathers do that with their kids. We're going to have kids do that with their mamas and daddies and brothers and sisters, because that one singular action could very well save somebody's life. But let's say it's not even saving their life. When somebody gets sick and all of a sudden they now can't work, they can't do family things. Now all of a sudden that sickness now impacts the entire family. Now it's caring for them. It's caring for their children. It's now a financial burden because all of a sudden they may have to have home health care. Then they don't have health insurance. Okay, who's filling the paperwork out? Oh my goodness, who's calling the federal government? Who's calling the state? That one illness now can completely engulf the entire family, and it could financially devastate the whole family. Only because we were silent 10, 15, 20, 30 years and watched these things unfold, and nobody was willing to say anything. I was in one of the things that we hear happens all the time. Folks like, well, you know what? I can't afford a gym membership. I can't do this, can't do that. And it's amazing when you start learning very basic things, such as walking is actually free. Now, let's be clear. I know there are folk who say, hey, I cannot walk in this neighborhood. I can't walk multiple blocks. Okay, well, if I can walk between this house and that house, I can walk backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. Now, I know somebody might say, that's real basic. Listen, I play golf. I don't ride in a cart. I walked 18 holes. That'll be 6 to 8 miles. I did it yesterday. All right, a remote control cart. We gonna walk. And you tell the difference between your stamina, between losing weight. Also, we talk about drinking water, not drinking. And when you look at, let's talk about also the reality of our community and food. There's a reason we are being targeted. There's a bullseye on the backs of every Black person in America when we talk about what is happening with the food industry. We talk about the type of restaurants that are in our neighborhoods. We talk about liquor in our neighborhoods. We talk about soft drinks that are being targeted. Literally, we over-index. When I say over-index, there are some fast food companies that African Americans are responsible for 40% of their profit margin. 40%. Some others, 50%. Because then we say, yeah, but I like it, but how much are you eating it? How often are you eating it? I hear folks say, man, I love bacon. Okay, but do you eat it 7 days a week or 2 days a week or once a week? We can start going down the list. What we have to do is we literally have to be personal agents of change. You cannot expect large things to happen, large groups to all of a sudden begin to care about our community if we are not doing this thing individual. So when we hear the phrase, I am my brother's keeper, my sister's keeper, okay, what does that actually mean? What does that actually mean? Now, it doesn't mean you're gonna walk over and just like snatch a fork out of somebody's hand. But what it does mean is that you have to be willing to engage in a conversation with somebody. You have to be willing to begin to challenge someone and say, hey, I need you to get checked. And then be vigilant about the check. I remember my dad has an issue with his eye. He was like, it was a cataract issue or something like that. And look, he now has to have a cornea replacement. And I was like, hey, you get the check. I'm gonna call back in a couple of weeks. And I was like, he probably like, my son called one more time. But again, sometimes you actually have to do that. You have to do that with mothers as well. Black women get breast cancer at a lower rate than white women in America. Black women die at a higher rate of breast cancer than white women in America because they're being diagnosed later. That literally has to change. And so what I want are for individuals to begin to say, no, we're going to be change agents. And then we're going to take that same attitude to our groups and our organization meetings and say, this is how we are now going to begin to change when it comes to how we live and what our health is. What are our baselines? That is, no, we're going to encourage our folk, whether they go to their own. What's the baseline of your health in terms of weight, in terms of heart, in terms of eyes? A lot of us pay no attention to our eye health, not realizing we're having significant issues there, not realizing that issues with eyesight could also be resulting of something else. It just really means that we have to take ownership of who we are in our own community. And it literally does start with self. So while we have organizations that are fighting systemic racism, while we have folk who are trying to get more African Americans in clinical trials, because the reality is a lot of the medicine that we see, frankly, does not work for us because how the clinical trials work, those are simply facts. The scientific data is actually there. But what it does mean is that how do we take preventative measures to literally change what we are doing? We have all these people who give amazing advice. How many of us are truly willing to follow that particular advice? And so what I want every person in here to do, so you can pull your phone out if y'all can see, some of y'all old school, y'all got a pen and a paper. So whatever phone you have, if you have an iPhone, you have a notes section. Okay, pull your phone out. If you have an Android, I'm sorry. Android probably has some type of section, right? Of notes. Oh, y'all got notes? Way to go, Android. Okay. All right, I want you to pull out your notes section. I want you to pull out your notes section. What I want you to do is, I want you to right now, I want you to type in 10 names. Brothers, I want you to type in specifically 10 men that you know, or young men that you know, but 10 men that you know. And again, this could be fathers, uncles, cousins, friends, doesn't matter. 10 that you know, and when you leave here, matter of fact, you may literally text them right now. I want you to type in 10 that you are committed to communicating with regards to their health when you leave here. Now, why am I saying that? If you've got 150, 200 people in this room, and if 200 people in this room commit to reaching out to 10 people, you now all of a sudden are going to be reaching 2,000 leaving this room. And so there are basic things that you want. You can say, I want you to get your sugar checked. get your blood pressure checked, and you say, and I want you to share it with me. And if you're afraid to go, I'll go with you. We have to actually be the agents of change to make it easy for our brothers and sisters, but especially our brothers, to know exactly what their health status is. When that happens, what they now recognize is a personal accountability. They now recognize that as an individual, I now have somebody who cares enough about me, who wants to be accountable, then I'm going to follow up with that person to ensure that they actually got it done. Now, they may say, all right, I got to call, I got to make the appointment, I got to do whatever. Okay, fine. All right, you go ahead and make the appointment. Do what you do. But I'm going to check back with you to make sure you made the appointment. And then I need the date and the time of your appointment. So your appointment's at 10 a.m. You say, I'm going to call you at 1 o'clock. And I want to know that you actually make your appointment. And I need you to stay on top of that. This is how we begin. Now imagine this again. Remember I said micro to macro. So if you know what the issue is on this campus and in this city, now you begin to say, now wait a minute. If 200 people in this room could now impact 2,000, what then happens when 20 churches do the exact same thing? What then happens when, and this is where I want all the folks who are in D9, I want y'all to calculate how many D9 chapters that are undergrad and grad in this area. Same thing. Same with Prince Hall Mason. Same with Eastern Star. Same with Links. Same with Jack and Jill. You take advantage of your organizational strength. What may end up happening is you're going to literally begin to change the health awareness of one, your family, your friends, your churches, your organizations, your city. Now, once you are aware of what your issues are, now you begin to put together a blueprint on how you can now tackle the problem. So what that might mean is, when I was coming here, the sister I know in DC, a group of sisters, they do yoga every Saturday. Okay, that's what they do. It may very well be, you may say, all right, I'm gonna do a walking club with my homeboys. We're gonna walk 3 miles a day, 3 days a week. 9 miles in a week. It will take you an hour. It takes me an hour and 10 minutes on a treadmill and a 4 5 incline to walk 3.5 miles. It takes that. Now you might say, "No, man, we walk." Yeah, but you ain't like you hooping anymore. Because part of this whole issue is body movement. Part of the issue that we have when we look at many of our health issues is that we literally are not moving our bodies. We become sedentary. And so you have to create something that says, no, we're going to do this. You ain't going to do it by yourself. We're going to walk as a group. 5 or 8 of us, 10 of us, we're going to meet here. Here's a time. All I'm asking you to do is give me 90 minutes. We're going to walk 3 miles 3 times a week. Who's in, who's not. That's what you'll be able to do. Now, all of a sudden, then what's happening is, all right, I need you to be drinking 3 ounces of water a day. Some people can't drink three glasses of water a day. I get that. All right. But again, your goal is eventually 50, 75, 100 ounces, or whatever it is. These are some basic practical things that you have to do. And you also going to have to do something that's also, man, nope, we're not stopping the fast food joint. Nope, ain't doing it. Listen, I know what it's like. I go hard. I'm moving, I'm going, whatever. And so what I have to do, what I do now is I am very practical. It doesn't always work, but I do a lot where, all right, let me make sure I grab 2 of them green apples before I leave the house. Put in my backpack. Boom, I fill up my container of 40 ounces of water. I got a protein bar. It's in my bag because now that's going to keep me from stopping in a convenience store and getting a bag of chips and grandma cookies. Again, and I know somebody's like, yo, I'm there. Oh, I will do some chocolate cake in a heartbeat. Y'all gotta understand, my show, Blackity Black, I'm black. I love chocolate cake. All the cars being black. I love chocolate ice cream. All the women I know are black. I'm just saying. Some of y'all gonna figure that out a little bit later. Y'all just wait. My point is, these are basic proactive things we really have to start doing in order to change our habits. And experts will tell you that if you do something for 21 consecutive days, you're more likely to continue that habit for an extended period of time. So what I want us to do is stop trying to make this out to be so hard. I want us to stop trying to make this thing out to be so difficult. I want us to stop sitting here going, man, I need to lose 75 pounds, but that's just way too much. Hey, again, you can't save $75 unless you save $1. And you ain't gonna lose 75 pounds unless you drop 1. Again, and I just believe in, my man Joe Madison, God rest his soul. Joe would always say, you got to put a ghost in with it. And then when people complain, he will always end with, so what you gonna do about it? That really is the question that every person has to answer leaving here. Because otherwise, why are you here? Seriously. Why didn't you come out here on a Saturday? Was it to hear panels? Was it to see the vendors? Was it to hear me? No. You were here to say, I want to be a change agent for me, my family, my neighbors, my friends, my church community, my block, my street, my block, my neighborhood, my city, my state. We know what the numbers are in Mississippi. We know that we are losing African Americans earlier than we should be. We know the lack of gynecologists and health practitioners. We know what's happening in this state. So let's not make it easy for funeral homes to make lots of money earlier than they should. Let's actually extend our lives. And no matter what age you are in this room, you literally can start right now. And if we start now, and all of a sudden, and we begin to see our grandmothers and grandfathers, and our mothers and fathers, and our aunts and uncles begin to do this, I'm telling you what's going to happen. That's going to have an absolute trickle-down effect, because it then begins to impact college-age students, high school, junior high school, elementary school, and all of a sudden, when this thing happens for 21 days, and 3 months, and then 6 months, then a year, then multiple years, now we're going to begin to see how our families are changing with our sizes, with our stamina, with our health conditions, all those different things. And when that happens, we're living different lives. We're living better lives. I do not want to continue to have to see Black people who are in their late 30s, mid 40s, living in pain, in agony. I know too many people who I went to high school with who are not here because they had kidney ailments, because they had strokes, because they had other health conditions. I'll be 57 in November. It is insane that we are burying folk who are in their late 40s and 50s because of significant health conditions. And we can't blame everything on, well, that's in my DNA. That's in our genes. No, we actually can change things along those lines. And so let the health practitioners do their job. They can't do their job unless we do our job. And they all say the same thing. You do preventative. Let me tell you, when I got the colonoscopy, I got another checkup. And here's the last thing I'll say this here, and this is where Captain Hughes calling for information is power. And too many of us also overuse Google, okay? Because stop trying to be a Google doctor, because you're not. But the last thing is when we do go to the doctor, we have to communicate with our families. So when they ask you that question, do you have a family history? And when you go, I don't know, ask Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders has been dealing with blood clots. Deion Sanders did not know he had family history of blood clots until his mama finally said it. He was like, Mom, why the heck did you say something? He had an uncle died for blood clots. Mom had blood clots. Another uncle had blood clots. He learned that he had a family history of blood clots. Had Deion Sanders known that 10, 20, 30 years ago, then he would have known what I need to do later on, and preventing him from having to lose 2 toes, and his leg is being completely mangled. So we gotta, and again, this is one thing that Black folks simply do not do. We do not communicate because we think it's a family secret. Family secrets are killing Black people. So we've got to know who has a thyroid problem, who has breast cancer, who's had prostate cancer, what age did they get it, all those different things. So when we go to the doctor and they have that chart and you're filling it out, you can actually fill it out. It has to go beyond, well, I'm going to just ask my mom. No, I need my mama's history, my dad's history, grandparents' history to be able to put those things down, because a doctor is assessing, Brian, you are assessing, you're taking all that data, and if you're sitting here going, hold up, you got sisters, brothers, mama, and daddy, it's painting a health portrait of who you are. If you don't have any of that, the doctor's literally trying to guess what's going on. So we have to be providing them with more information. Last point on that, communication is key. Let me be clear. My doctors and my dentists, y'all think I ask questions for a living on TV? Oh, hell no. I'm in there. What's that? What's that gonna do? How long am I taking that? Did you run this test? What is it? See, I don't let, sometimes a doctor be like, what the hell is I don't let grunts, nothing get by. No, I'm an active patient. I'm an active patient. I question everything, dentist and doctor. All the doctors I've had, my dentist, I got their home phone number, their cell phone number, their email. I am not calling an answering machine, because also I travel. There have been times when I've been traveling and I know, first of all, I'm allergic to smoke. My mom has asthma. I don't, but I have asthmatic condition. If smoke gets in my system, it has closed my throat for a whole week. When I get here, I'll call back, hey, I need to call a prescription. This happened. I ain't coming home for a week. No, I'm not going to be sick. The point is, and my doctor, no, I am an active patient. I am not trying to hide stuff from somebody. And so that's what every single one of us do. If the folk in this room do this, I want you to visually see what I'm talking about. I want you to visually see what I'm talking about. And I'm going to use something that happened in our community more than 60 years ago to emphasize this. Y'all realize that there are more people who are sitting in this room right now, people who are sitting in a basement in Montgomery, Alabama. I want you to understand. Because see, I know there's somebody thinking, so-and-so should be here. No. Literally, if you want to lead a health revolution in Jackson, Mississippi, you can literally start with just the people sitting in this room. If the people sitting in this room each person here says, I'm reaching 10. Then you require that person, I help you, need you to now also reach 10. If 200 reach 10, it's 2,000. If 2,000 reach 10, it's 20,000. All of a sudden, what you are sitting here communicating with and learning could transform the city over the next year. So here's what should happen next year when you have the conference. Many people don't do this here. Next year, what is called a annual assessment. We had the conference last year. We saw X number of people. What was the net effect of our work in the last 164 days? That is, not sure how you can track it. You see an increase in checkups. Did we see an increase in screenings? What kind of, because now what then happens, you are tracking your work. The greatest mistake that happens, and this y'all, the same, every group I speak to around the country. We have events, then we come back next year with another event. Then the next year, another event. We never do is say, what was the impact of our meeting last year? So what will then happen if all of a sudden y'all come back next year? This is really what should happen next year. Every person, remember I said you reached 10. If every person in this room says, I am going to personally bring 10 with me, they're going to need another. I want you to understand that. So which now means you are going to have to do the work because they've already done the work. They've organized this, they've had speakers, conversations, they've had information out there. Now it's time for you to be the communicators in your family and centric circle that could change the health of the city and the state and this community. The question is, what are you prepared to do? Thanks a bunch.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roland Martin. Roland today has given you a call to action. We've talked about prevention, but
Did you write down 10?
let me tell you.
Did you write down 10?
No, because I'm going to tell you something in a minute.
Did you write down 10?
We talked about prevention.
10.
We talked about, but you have the power to progress. He gave you the call to action. He talked about 3 to 4 times a week, 30 minutes of exercise is all you need. Make sure you get active. And you said, did I write down my 10? You struck a nerve in a lot of different people today when you said something. You said that not only does your health issues then affect your family, it affects you financially. My auntie was here at UMC in the hospital. She has 9 children, and she has 7 boys. One of them was there. I'm here in Jackson. I'm the anchor. Chris, go see about your people. I'm at the hospital. My cousin Pedro, right? He was in here hurting, eyes bloodshot, Melvin, bloodshot red. He says, Chris, stay here with mama. I'm going to just go lay down in the car for a little while. And I said, no, you're not. Hold on, I'll be right back. I went outside and this makes me a little emotional, but because I saved his life, I called Dr. Quinn, who's a friend. And I said, Dr. Quinn, I know that you have patience and I know that it's full, but I have somebody here I need you to see right now. He said, Christian, bring him on. You understand we're at University Medical Center. You go straight down into the emergency room, right? He would have died. I took him over to Dr. Quinn. When I took him to Dr. Quinn, his hair was hurting so bad that the light. Dr. Quinn, he said, Christiana, I have already called the emergency room out at what is like River Oaks, the women's place. He said, this is the deal. They're going to see you as soon as you walk through the door. If there's something major, they will send him where he needs to be. But don't go back to UMC because he was sitting in that waiting room forever. We walked in that room at the hospital and they said, hey, are you Dr. Quinn, see you, Christiana? I said, yes. Bring him on to back. They rolled him to the back. A blood vessel had burst in his head. And so all I know is they said, hey, we're about to call the ambulance. Go ahead and prepare. So I'm calling my cousins, I'm calling his sisters. I'm like, y'all, we got a situation. We have a situation. They rushed him over. By the time I could see him at UFC, he didn't even recognize me anymore. At that point in time, he was going through something, but he was having a stroke and the blood vessel had burst. But imagine had he went to the emergency room and sat out there for hours. Imagine if he had went to the car and took that nap in the heat. We would have found him dead. So I say that because now it transcended through our entire family. Because yes, he had to go through rehab. Yes, we saved his life. He's had to go through rehab. Now, when we have our family gatherings, he's embarrassed to come because he's having to redo his left side. And so I said that to say that when you recognize that, immediately take action. It's something simple that you can do right now, fellas. Right now, simply. Cut out the sugar, those sodas. You always got to have tea. Not just that, why do you think you have to have extra salt on your food? His mother was there. She had 2 heart attacks and a stroke already. You said it's hereditary, right? So the doctor said, ma'am, I need you to let go of that sugar. You need to get different, salt. You need to get different types. But imagine those 9 kids. Hereditary is because they're feeding us. They're feeding us the food over time. And it can be changed by simply changing your diet. We have to eat more fruits and vegetables. You have to definitely stop adding all of the extra additives. And don't go to the fast food place. I can't tell you the last time I ate fast food. When I ate fast food, Roland, it changed my life. When you exercise every single morning, the way you feel throughout the rest of the afternoon will change your life. There's an African American Wellness Walk that's coming up in November. And fellas, I encourage you to get involved. But also, I wanted to tell you that 3 to 4 times a day, 3 to 4 times a week, 30 minutes, you can definitely do something to change your life now. We greatly appreciate you. You have dropped gems today and a wealth of knowledge. Please give him another round of applause. But now we have to continue on because the sessions are going. Marilyn is like, come on, girl. Okay. Dr. Sandra Melvin, our CEO and founding president of the Institution for the Advancement of Minority Health, will come up to make a special presentation, followed by Men of Beautiful by Alpha. My soup was made by Alpha, by the way.
Let's give Mr. Martin another round of applause. He was definitely the right man for the right time. Okay. And Mr. Martin, I do watch Unfiltered, so I did prepare a speech, but I didn't know if I was going to be able to use it today, and thankfully I can use it. So, Mr. Martin, through your groundbreaking journalism, you have given us stories, our stories, a national platform, and ensured that issues impacting our communities are not overlooked or silenced. From the newsroom to the stage, you have been a relentless advocate for justice, equity, and accountability. And importantly, you have stood with us in championing the health and well-being of Black men, making sure that our struggles and our triumphs are visible and valued. On behalf of the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health and the Black Men's Health Equity Council, it is my honor to present this token of our appreciation. This gift represents more than gratitude for your words today. It symbolizes our respect for your life's work and your tireless dedication to uplifting Black voices and advancing equity in every space that you enter. Your leadership reminds us that progress is possible when we combine courage with conviction. We are thankful not only for the wisdom you shared today, and you truly shared some wisdom and gave us a call to action, and we will be doing an assessment for the example you set each and every day. Please join me in celebrating Mr. Roland Martin and expressing our deepest appreciation for his unwavering commitment to truth, justice, and health equity.
Can everyone that's a part of the committee please go ahead and join us? But in the meantime, as they take their photos, kind of center to the middle, if you guys don't mind. While they take their photos, coming up, we have the men of AFIA. I wanted to say something really quick while they take their photos about the men of AFIA. An alpha man. I wrote this out while Roland was talking. I didn't write out my 10 guys. But this is what I see when I see an alpha man. An alpha man moves with purpose. When an alpha man enters the room, things don't change because he takes space. They change because his presence makes space for strength, direction, and growth. An alpha man has always been and will continue to be a leader. We want to welcome our young leaders to the stage, men of Alpha Phi Alpha, the Alpha Epsilon Lambda chapter, Gamma Epsilon chapter. Yes, these are our young leaders. And if you all would please come to the stage and kind of so we can get a really good photo of everyone. One of the young men was on my cart this morning, and I looked at him and I said, "You're an alpha man. You can tell."
Yeah, Omega.
First of all, let's give Dr. Melvin another round of applause for putting this together. I've known Sandra, as I call her, for about 30 years when she was a student at Tougaloo, and then when we worked together at the State Veterans Commission. So we both have come a long way. So to God be the glory for everything. So, great. I will be coming back every year. But to my brother Roland Martin, I'm Percy Anderson Jr. I'm the outgoing president of the alumni chapter, Alpha Epsilon Lambda, and we're the chapter that oversees this undergraduate or college chapter, which I was made in 1982, 43 years ago. And I happened to have been there when my son, Jim, gave congratulations. Stay fired up over those years. Give you your props. And today was an amazing talk, because I watch Unfiltered also, and I'm very, very proud to say that you're my brother. But on behalf of Alpha Epsilon Lambda, I wanted to present this award of appreciation to Brother Roland Martin in recognition of your unwavering service and dedication to Black America, including Black men's health equity, presented on August 23rd, 2025, Alpha Epsilon Lambda, chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Thank you so much.
All right. Right there. Hold up, let's slide back this way. There you go. Right in the center. Look right here. All right. Got it? All right, cool. Appreciate it. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Johnny Crenshaw. I serve as the president for the Gamma Upsilon chapter seated at Tougaloo College. And to Brother Roland Martin, we were immensely happy to come to our college, and we just want to commend you on all the amazing work that you do in the field of journalism and in radio and media. So we have small gifts, we have some Tougaloo gear, and we also have Alpha gear for you.
Here we go. All right, here we go. Right here.
Yes, put up that alpha man sign. Okay, Roland, you're officially a part of Tougaloo. Wear the t-shirt proud.
All right.
Wear the t-shirt proud. Now, before we get up out of here, real quick, We have the Jackson Black journalist who would like to have a few words. Please bear with us.
Thank you, Christiana. I'm Jimmy Gates. I'm the president of the local chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists. And it's such a pleasure to be here and to be here in the presence of greatness, Holy Lord. He probably doesn't remember this, but years ago I met him at a regional conference in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yep, I know.
And we was on a bus together. I think we had went to the Civil Rights Museum, and the guy was in such deep conversation. He was talking to then Congressman Arthur Dave, and I was just listening in. Yeah, this brother.
Yeah, I would like to find out.
And I wanted to, I wanted to be. I said I wanted to be last. I know I can't speak as him, but I'm a writer. I've been writing a long time, and I do want to take this opportunity. With you. And also, when I think of you, I'm reminded of the great Else, what she once said. The way to right wrongs is to shine
a light of truthfulness upon them.
Upon. That's what you help for us. Thank you. And I have this good deal here just because we consider you as our king. I brought this little bit of deal for you here.
All right. All right. All right. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. Here we go. Here we go right here.
Hold on, we got to get that bag out the picture. Wait a
I
minute.
got it.
Okay, you got it. He knows what to do. A true king, yes. And is that like the alpha symbol? Yes, I'm learning.
There you go. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I want to remind you, he said we brought you all this little gift. Now, I was told that you never put "lil" in front of something unless you're throwing shade. So it's a great gift. Thank you so much. I want to remind all presenters you need to stop at the registration table before you leave. And Roland's book is available for purchase out front. So please go by and check out the book. Roland, we're going to ask you to kind of stay around just for a little bit. Somebody may want to get a picture with you. Or maybe they want to. Yes, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. But thank you all. You can go on to your different sessions because it is now time to do that. It's been a wonderful day.
Square out of it. How you doing? All right, just seeing you. Hey, how you doing? I'll be out here. Come on. I'll be out here. Come on.
Oh, it don't matter to me.
Check, check. All right. I know it's a lot of things going on outside the doors there, but don't want to prolong um for the sake of time. I know this is a session from 2:15 to 3:15. My name is Keith, ladies and gentlemen, and I am your favorite country cousin, your favorite Mississippian, and your best friend. Happy to be here on this afternoon, and I'll be moderating this panel discussion that we see up here on this afternoon. Hopefully, y'all been enjoying the time that you've been having so far. And the topic is emphasizes understanding trauma, mental health challenges, and the pathways to healing for Black men. I'm a huge mental health advocate myself. Uh, but before I go any further, I would love for the panelists up here to share their name and who they are.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Drake. I'm a LCSW social worker.
And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerron Brown. I am also a ALCSW. I'm working for our federal government. I'm working with our nation's military veterans, specifically in the field of substance use and PTSD.
All right. So shout out to everybody that's watching on the live stream. If y'all can share this on all your social media platforms, Facebook and what have you, we appreciate y'all tapping in digitally and appreciate everybody in this room with us physically. Got quite a few questions here, lady. The first question will be, how has personal experience with incarceration, family dynamics, or systemic discrimination shaped each of your perspectives on Black men's mental health challenges?
On a personal perspective, I know I'm the only female on the panel, but I have brothers and I have sons. So on a personal perspective, when I was 10 years old, my uncle committed suicide. And that shaped me into going into the mental health field because I didn't want what happened to my uncle and to my family. Understand that with suicide, the family is left grieving and mourning and having unanswered questions on why. So that helped shape my path to become a mental health professional and trying to help others and help families dealing with family members that the African American that have mental health issues?
So specifically, I don't have a whole lot of experience when it comes to the incarceration piece of it. But I can speak from the dynamics of incarceration. You're looking at family dynamics, and I think you can systemic discrimination. But when you look at those three different factors, I believe that those three different factors play a pivotal role when it comes to the aspect of Black men and mental health. Just take, for example, the incarceration piece of it. A lot of times when you think of incarceration, you think of African American as a person that, if they're incarcerated, a lot of times that brings about a level of stigma on the individual. No matter what the charge may have been or anything such as that nature, it still brings about a level of stigma. When that stigma is placed on an individual, a lot of times it can bring about levels of isolation or some type of depression or anxiety. When you look at the family dynamics, take for example, if that family system doesn't have a man in the home or an African American man as the father, a lot of times it can create self-identity issues or issues with confidence. So then you grow up in a environment where you're not sure of yourself, where you're not able to vocalize how you feel, how to emotionally put in words what you're going through. And then that creates a bigger issue later on down the road. And then we talk about the systemic discrimination. We look at factors such in the healthcare system. African American, sometimes it can be hard to trust the very healthcare system that we're supposed to be able to go to. Like if we go to the doctor, or we may be faced with working with a provider that doesn't look like me and you. And so if I'm faced with working with somebody that doesn't look like me, am I really truly going to put all of my trust in this individual? When historical, there have been a lot of different things that have taken place that have actually discredited our trust in other providers, such as the Tuskegee Airmen, that case study. So those type of situations have had a profound impact overall on the impact of Black men and mental health.
As you were speaking, I was just kind of trying to put into words, just reflect on family dynamic, personal experience I have within this idea of mental health. And um, part of my upbringing, I navigated life, navigating for the advocacy. So majority of my childhood, most of my childhood, I was raised by my grandmother and my mother. So seeing a man figure dealing with emotion was something that was not seen, right? Even navigating that space before the absentee, those ideas of independent self-identity, um, as he talked about those, became prevalent in the way I navigated, I guess, my trajectory. Because originally I was educated. All my family, education. I started off as a teacher, but somewhere within the middle of my teaching career, I decided to go into counseling. Right, and as I navigated that space, I realized that I was a part of a lot of community organizations with mentoring younger individuals, younger males. But then I found a connection with one particular program that was, I guess, funded by the city. I would navigate space with these individuals, but once the program is over, that's it. Right? It's like you lose connection. And what kind of pushed me into mental health a little bit more, uh, three of those individuals from that program at different times were victims of violence, right? So a lot of that became self-reflection on maybe if I would have extended or continued that relationship, I could have been in the space where I could have intervened possibly or supported them in navigating these um, issues that are similar to mine throughout the world. And that was another check too, as a teacher. I had to kind of realize that these individuals are you, right? Even like the male students, like even though you grew up in a family that had different opportunities, but you still face some of the same issues. It's just you had better tools to navigate that. So just all of those things and just living. I'm from New Orleans, living in New Orleans, and its culture. It's just like mental health wasn't really talked about at the dinner table. It was always about church and religious outlets and talking and praying with God. Where you know until I became a little more educated, I realized that there were other ways to seek help. Right.
Man, all of those answers were great. We're talking about suicide, we talked about some representation, and then self-identity is a very, very big one. And that's a valid point, right? At the dinner table, we not having these conversations about mental health. Like you may ask the broad question, how was your day? And they might just say, good. And did you do your homework? Okay, go take your bath, go to bed. It's not really an in-depth conversation, right? So that leads to like, what are the most critical early warning signs of trauma, depression, or suicidal ideations that families, communities, and providers should look for in Black men specifically?
So I believe that there are a number of different warning signs that exist, but some of the more alarming warning signs that people should pay attention to are first, a lot of times I would say the level of irritability or anger. So if you notice someone getting very irritable or angry, more times than not, when in the past they were more so calm and, kind of cool, and their personality has kind of switched gears. That can be something that can be an issue. Also, I would say if you notice their level of conversation has changed. So where they are more pessimistic, where they are more like negative oriented, where at one point in time they may have been more kind of positive. That could also be another level of something maybe going on, where they start to talk in more doom and gloom or more hopeless, where at one point in time they were more hopeful. So they go from talking about the future and what's to come and things such as that to being so more like, well, I don't know if I'll be able to do that, or I don't know if that's right for me, or I don't even know if I'll be here tomorrow, stuff like that. That can be cause for concern. And one of the most alarming causes for concern, this is something that you just have to pay attention to and observe, I would say, is their demeanor, their clothing. So if they go from, dress in a certain type of way, you've always known them to dress very presentable or very nice. Now they're always looking disheveled. They're always like kind of just looking thrown together. They're not combing their hair. They're not, brushing their teeth. They just kind of look weird. That can be cause for concern. And one last thing could be when they start kind of giving away those prized possessions. So maybe they had a favorite watch, or maybe they had a favorite pair of shoes that they really care about and love, but all of a sudden they just automatically give it to you, and then over a period of time, they continue to do things such as that. That can also be some cause for concern. So those are just a few different things that kind of you should pay attention to when you're dealing with somebody that may be struggling with their mental health.
If I could add just even just a change in behavior, right? If you notice, like I was in a session earlier today and say, I took this direction to work every day, and now all of a sudden there's a change in that course, right? Or the individuals they hang around. That's usually a easy sign too. If you're no longer hanging with some of the friends that I'm used to, or even family members, that is an alarming sign. And things they're watching and listening to, right? A lot of that plays a role into how they are cultivating their thought processes and how they are navigating the space in which they occupy. I guess one thing with that is just checking in, right? And being open and honest with your child, your student, your mentee, whatever relationship that is, just having that open door policy where you allow them to provide that space to be honest and vulnerable.
So I agree with a lot that Jerron said. I know with my kids, if they may come in with a different demeanor. So I immediately know something may have happened at school. I've always checked in with my sons after school. My youngest is 19. I still ask them, how was your day? Not a closed-end question, but an open-ended question. How was your day? To give him allow him time to talk. Tell me about his day. Instead of asking, was school okay? You either get a yes or no. But how was your day? So allowing them that space. If I see him coming in, he's in the band at Jackson State now. He swears the worst 3 weeks of his life in band camp.
That heat.
That heat, they were doing 12-hour days. So he's coming to my room at midnight because that's what time he's coming in, and he's wanting to talk. I want to sleep. But this is my son. I know if he was coming to me, he wants to talk, he needs to decompress. You know, he had a lot going on. People are being kicked out the band every day. So-and-so got kicked out. So-and-so got kicked out. So I look at, their demeanor, their facial expression. Is he looking happy? Is he looking sad or depressed? If you're looking for like signs of trauma, a lot of things you see is that people are hyper vigilant. They're always looking over their shoulder. Who's behind me? They're very hyper vigilant. Other signs of trauma, you might see they have a startle reflex. So they may hear firecracker go off, and especially somebody who had trauma due to gunfire, you may see that startle effect when they hear like firecrackers or a balloon pop. So those are some symptoms you may want to look at for somebody who's experiencing trauma, nightmares. They can have flashback of the event that caused the trauma. So those are some things you may want to look at if you're thinking somebody may have experienced trauma.
I think thank you for sharing that, especially with your son. Like you said about how people move about, from clothing to how they speak to how they navigate and begin to move around a little more, to simply having a conversation. And even at midnight when you want to sleep, I'm sure your son has said it countless times, but I would like to say thank you as well. It reminded me of my mother and I, when my mother actually told me like 6th, 7th grade, and she was like, if you need to tell me anything, there's an open door policy. So shout out to you and other Black mothers like you for having that open door policy for the Black boys of the world. How can we break the stigma around mental health discussions within Black families and communities, especially among older generations? And I would actually love for you to kick that off if you don't mind.
Okay, while breaking the stigma, especially among older African American, one thing is have that conversation with them as well. We are so, as an African American community, we're going to pray about it. Go to church. I'm all for church. I'm all for prayer. But we also need to let our older African American family members know, but it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to go to a therapist. It's okay to go to a doctor. We know our younger generation, they look to us as role models. If they see Uncle so-and-so, he's not going to the doctor. Or granddaddy say, you don't have to go to the doctor. You can just pray about it. So we need to incorporate these things in our churches. In the African American community, spirituality and church is a very big part of it. So we need to go into our churches, have that talk with the pastor, that leadership, so they can also affirm to the congregation, it's okay to go and seek mental health. I know a lot of African American men won't go to the doctor. I have a brother, very educated, PhD in physics. I went there one time, he's total horrible. I said, what? He's diabetic. I said, what are you doing? You're going to lose your toe. Oh, it's fine. I said, you need to go to the doctor. What I've learned with African American men, they'll do it for others before they do it for themselves. So my comment with him is like, your nephews are going to be referring to you as Uncle Nine Toes. He was at the doctor the next week. So we have to, really speak to them on their level, come to them where they are and talk to them about that. But I think definitely incorporating spirituality in the church and having the church leaders have that conversation with the congregation as well is going to be the key, part of the key to changing the mindset of the older African American. And you'll see kind of a trickle down effect.
And I agree with everything Ms. Ruth just stated. Especially when it comes to the older African American generation. A lot of times, they say the older African American generation can be set in their ways. And so when it comes to talking about things such as mental health, those type of conversations most of the time didn't happen when they were younger, from their own parents. And so the good thing I like about the generations now is that I feel like it is our duty to educate them on what they may not have known, initially. So sometimes that means you have to talk to them on their level where they may not understand what depression or anxiety or those type of terms are. But if you talk to them and say something such as, my nerves are getting bad, or make statements such as that, they may be more so inclined to kind of catch on. But it's about educating them on the do's and the don'ts when it comes to mental health. And I like how Ms. Ruth stated about the African American church, because let's just be honest, in the African American community, the Black church is everything. We go to the Black church when we want prayer. Sometimes there's people that go to the Black church when they want bills paid, when they have issues going on at home with their spouses, things such as that. But I've always said, if we are able to go to the Black church to talk about those things, why can't we go to the Black church and talk about mental health as well? And so one of the good things I like about the church that I'm a part of, name of my church is Jackson Revival Center. We actually have a mental health congregation like ministry in our church, where we have the capability of having some mental health providers, where if someone wants to come to us and they're going through something, whether that's in the church or at home, we'll take that individual, we will do a full assessment with that individual, and then we will send them to somewhere in the community for them to get the help that they may need. Nobody ever knows because it's nobody else's business but that individual. But we have that there, so in case it is needed. And it's needed because if we're being honest, we're dealing with life on life terms, and life is stressful. And so there's going to be somebody that is going to need some help at some point in time. So why not make that readily available to that individual when that time comes?
As you all were speaking, a lot of things are resonating with me. And just the extension of the Black church, social status for African Americans is very high, right? So if I admit to, oh, my child is going through something mental health wise, then neighbor across the street gonna know, and this person's gonna know. So that's gonna put a bad look on my family, right? Because within those generations, at the time that mental health was being developed, it was criminalized. It was something bad, right? And then in addition to that, we're still trying to fight the generations, these older generations, that actually go to the doctor for physical ailments, right? Because that was something that was, oh no, well, I'll take this, or I'll do that, or my stomach ache, I'll do ginger ale or something, like home remedies, right? So it was always those, no, I'm not going to the doctor unless I'm on my deathbed, right? So getting and having those conversations and bringing in these practitioners who look like them, who identify with them, who relate to them, so you're able to build that trust within those families and those communities.
Yeah, that's the Black starter pack right there. Ginger
Castor
ale,
oil.
saltine crackers, and some chicken noodle soup. Yeah, I love that. The Black church, you said something. I'm gonna put that in my back pocket. We're dealing with life on life's terms. I like that. The church is definitely, it's been a safe haven for us for years on end. but it's been a popular saying, you need Jesus and a therapist.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's great. I've been to Jackson Revival Center, man. Y'all do amazing things out there. So shout out to your church and the work that you all are doing in the mental health space. Speaking of that, because the church is filled mostly with women, not a lot of men are going to these churches, right? So what role does the quote unquote strong Black man stereotype play in suppressing emotional vulnerability, and how can we dismantle this narrative?
Well, so one thing we need to do is we need to help redefine what is strong.
Right.
Strong also means going and getting help. So we know a lot of times we tell our little boys, my brother came over one time and I was a single parent for a long time. He told my son, so you're the man of the family. You got to be strong. Hold up. No, he don't. He's not a man. He's a little boy. He doesn't have to be strong. He has me. And let's redefine what strong means. If he needs to come to me and talk, he's being strong because he's talking about his feelings. Strong does not mean suppressing your feelings and not want to ask for help. So I think one of the first things that's paramount that we need to do is we need to define what is strong when it comes to the Black man.
And I agree with her. I also think that the overall misconception of the African American man has been painted in a bad light in society by societal norms. Just think about the television shows that we kind of grew up watching. And I say me too, because I know I'm not that old, but I still watch some of these television shows like the Cosby Show or like Fresh Prince of
Classic.
Bel-Air, Family Matters, those type of shows. Those type of shows all showed an African American man in the household. But it didn't talk a lot about, the aspect of mental health. Most of the time when we saw those African American men in the household, they were raising their families. They were taking care of things that need to be taken care of. They were working their jobs and just providing for their family, which is a big aspect of, strong Black men. Yes, strong Black men are supposed to take care of their families, but that's not the only thing that makes them strong. The strong Black man word has been rooted in survival instinct. Growing up, that's kind of what we've been taught. You have to be a strong Black man to survive in the world that we've been put in. And so we first have to go about destigmatizing what makes the strong Black man. Yes, a strong Black man can be somebody that's physically strong, but it also needs to be somebody that's emotionally strong too. They also have to be able to be emotionally aware. A lot of times we talk about, even like the Black Men's Health Equity Conference, it's not just about physical health. I can be completely physically healthy, but if I'm not mentally healthy, I'm not healthy overall. It takes all of those components to be a healthy, strong Black man. A healthy, strong Black man is the individual that can be emotionally aware, to know how they feel, to be able to vocalize how they feel. And even if that means crying, what's wrong with that? A healthy, strong Black man should be able to cry, and he should be able to vocalize how he feels in a moment. And he shouldn't have to feel like him crying is going to be used against him. So as a society, when we can stop looking at the African American man as a person that can't cry or can't express themselves, we'll go a long way in uplifting our Black men, not just on a physical standpoint, but as a mental health aspect as well.
I like that you brought that up because it's twofold. When I think about just the expression of emotions, right? Prime example, we get a whipping in our family. What you crying for? So you already telling me, even though I'm hurting, I'm not allowed to express the pain that I'm feeling, right? Or I'm not able to express why I made these decisions because you automatically gonna punish me or what have you, right? And that's an important piece we have to look at too, because that becomes the kind of continuum that happens down the bloodline where this is what I'm seeing done, so it's going to repeat itself, right? So stopping there and trying to figure out how can we step in to stop criminalizing showing emotions, right? And that's across the gamut, whether it's punishment at home, in the judicial system, commit crimes or whatever, right? I get it is wrong, but allow that person to navigate that space and where they are and sit in that, right? Without feeling like it's going to be used against them. And you were talking about the television shows, and it automatically, instantly, I went to the Fresh Prince episode when Will confronted his dad, right? That was a major, major conversation, right? And that was one of the few episodes in that era that you really saw a male kind of emote in that way, right? And the family kind of navigated that space, and he was provided through his uncle stylist and security of, okay, I'm going to support you in moving forward, and this is your decision, but I'm going to support you whichever way you want to go. Instead of saying, oh, he's not going to be involved in your life because I don't want him here, and he's going to allowing the individual to help navigate that space as well is very important because that teaches them self-autonomy, right? What happens when I'm not here, right? And I'm not, you're not as the parent, you're not as the parent in child relationship, you are not quote unquote in fear of me chastising you before you commit an action, right? Having those conversations. And that is something as I work with adolescents now, I'm finding that is a major gap, right? We are not, we have to really explain to these young individuals A through Z, right? This is why I'm doing this, right? You can't just assume that they're going to get it because of your experience. You have to be very verbatim and explicit with them so they're able to process that and relay that over into their development.
Man, I think that's one way that I tend to learn more about various emotions is through television shows like y'all mentioned. I cry every time I see that scene with Will Smith and Uncle Phil. Because I had an absent father, right? He's now my ancestor. Shout out to him, but I definitely sought more of my father coming up. And since the transition of the brother Malcolm Jamal Warner, I've been binging Cosby and Different World and Cosby shows are two of my favorite shows in the entire world.
Yeah.
And so the other night I was watching an episode, I think it was season 3. And this is when Stacey Dash was on an episode and Denise was telling Dr. Huxtable, like, hey, Dad, I got this friend. And Dr. Huxtable was thinking that Denise was talking about herself in third person, right? But, anywho, that brought about a family meeting where, Claire and Dr. Huxtable talking to their kids, like, basically saying, never feel like you can never come to us. Because Stacey Dash's character was afraid to go to her parents, right? And so Brene Brown is someone else who touches a lot on different shows and stuff. Atlas of the Heart, I love her book where she goes deeper into different emotions. And going back to that Will piece with the absent father, and addressing his father, how does the absence of fathers or strained paternal relationships impact emotional development and mental health outcomes for Black boys and men?
I'd like to start. That has been my research for the last 5 years. And my dissertation was on adolescent male African American males navigating father absenteeism and male authority. Why did that come up? I found in my teaching that adolescent males will always have conflict with males and as opposed to the female teachers. So I wanted how to figure that out. One for myself, because I did find myself being challenged when I wanted to talk to older males, right? I always was comfortable with women. I was raised by women. But like having those conversations, or even asking for something simple as, can you give me a ride to the store or something? So as I navigated that, I had to do the history, and it goes back to our the enslavement, chattel slavery, right? Where the family was intentionally separated, right? Where you have the dad, you have to leave your family with Mr. and you go to another plantation, you have babies over there, you leave there. So now this kind of idea of a father having babies, leaving and not being responsible has been created. Then you got the other part where the mom is left with the children, fitting for her children. Now she has to be quote unquote strong to support her children, but she's left on the plantation, right? And then as that comes down into the 21st century, where women, single mothers are expecting their sons to be their pseudo husbands. You need to do what your dad would be doing if he was here, which is why I like what you said. No, he's not the man of the house. He's a child, right? I have to take on that responsibility as the parent to ensure that he's safe, right? But I see that so often in students I teach when I was in high school, where they're going home to take care of younger siblings before they can take care of themselves. And then when they come to school where they're supposed to be a child, we're chastising them because you're talking too much, you're doing this X, Y, and Z. So like we have to look at those systems and how they are created and continually being reformed and reshaped in something new. We're from slavery to Jim Crow, from Jim Crow to redlining, from redlining to mass incarceration, right? It's just another name, right? But it becomes the same idea and the same ideology of we need to figure out how to break these cycles and allow our individuals, our students, our young men to express these emotions and be in a space where they're able to see it. If I don't see that my mom and dad had a resolution after they fought in front of me, that doesn't exist. All I saw was the fight. Y'all went to the bedroom and made up, but I didn't see that. So now when I'm having this conversation with my girlfriend, this is what I saw. Well, you tripping X, Y, and Z. And so you repeat the act that you saw, the behavior that you saw.
And I also think it just creates, like I was talking about earlier, it creates identity and role confusion, because it goes back to what both of the individuals to the next to me have stated. As a child, you're supposed to be a child. If you're, a small boy, young man, that's what role you're supposed to operate in. You're not supposed to operate in the role of feeling like you have to be the head of the household or the man of the house. That shouldn't be your role. And so when you are put in those type of situations, it really damages how you see yourself as you grow older. A lot of times individuals grow older feeling like they are in a sense of always having to be in survival. I always have to have this hero complex where I feel like I have to save everybody. Whether that's I have to give money to my grandmother because she's retired now and she's not making a lot of money. So let me make sure she's taken care of. Or mom has called me and now mom's light bill is about to get cut off. Mom knows I'm working. So let me ask my son, because as he's grown older, he's always been taught that he's supposed to provide for the house because he's a man. And so what that is, that does more damage to the young man as he grows older. And one of the biggest things that I've learned, that is individuals that are incarcerated, and if you go to talk to lots of them, you will find out as they grew older that they didn't have a father in the household. And a lot of times when that father is not in the household, it allows that young man to be influenced by a whole lot of different factors, where if there's a lot of different men coming in the house, and it don't have to be from a romantic standpoint from their mother, but it can just be other men coming in the house, uncles, cousins, friends of mom, things such as that. That young man is being influenced by all of those different personalities, whether good or bad or neutral. And as he's influenced by all of those personalities, as he grows older, he's going to remember some of those things that he's been taught. And so as you talk to a lot of men that are incarcerated, that's the first thing they'll tell you. You ask them, well, how was your household growing up? Well, I was in a single parent home. Mom did everything she could to try to take care of us. But sometimes that taking care of means I have to go out and get it on my own. And sometimes that going out and getting it on my own may not always mean doing things the right way. It may means me having to go rob a bank or me going to rob a convenience store so that me and my younger siblings can have food at night. It may mean me going to rob a clothing store so me and my young siblings can have shoes and clothes so that we can go to school the next day. See, some things, I think a lot of times, everybody that's incarcerated or in situations such like that, we look at it as a bad thing. But when you get down and start talking to these people, you realize that a lot of times people have acted out of survival. And when you act out of survival, sometimes it's not because of their own, it's because of what they had to do. So that lack of the father figure being in a home, it can create so many more issues later on down the road, such as risky behavior, substance use issues, incarceration, and eventually it can also lead to the ultimate bad thing, which is death.
Well, let me also say, when we talk about absence of father, this is what I have found out. A father can be in the household and still be an absent father.
Yeah, facts.
They in the household, they may be married, maybe they're not married to the mother, but they may still be an absent father to their child. I talk about I was a single mother for a long time. I was blessed. I had 2 older brothers who took a lot of interest and time with my son. My older brother would take him to physics class with him. He came home one day with all these equations. What were you doing? I was taking notes. He was in my brother class taking notes. So I was lucky that they took up the time with him. They showed him that education was important. So I was very blessed in that aspect. But even if a father is absent in the household, present in the household, but still absent, we have to introduce that positive male role model to them. Have to be a positive male role model, be it like my brothers did it for me. They're my son's uncle, if it may be a grandfather or a family friend, they need that positive male role model in their life so they can see how males are supposed to how they're supposed to act.
Good stuff, y'all. We got about 15 minutes. What barriers still exist in assessing culturally competent mental health care for Black men, and how can we advocate for systemic change? What does that look like?
So I think some of the barriers that exist are, for one, a lack of culturally competent providers. There's not a lot of providers that look like me and him or even her. There's not a lot. Now, there are more now than it was many years ago, but there are still not a lot of providers that look like us. Even to the point that even if there are providers that look like us, sometimes you may have a 20-some-year-old, early 30s that want to go to a provider, but they may not want to go to a older African-American male or an older African-American woman. They may want to go to somebody that they feel like looks more so younger. And so that has been a big issue as far as trying to break down that barrier. Even looking at your medical and historical inequalities in the medical field, such as Black men being misdiagnosed, where you look at Black men as being the angry Black man per se, and you want to put that label on them, and you want to diagnose them with a mental health diagnosis that they may not have. Just because you're angry and stuff like that may not always mean that you have a mental health issue. Or, like I said earlier, we're talking about the historical biases that have kind of led us to feeling how we feel. So just look at the African-American man. We've gone through a lot. Thinking back to the times of Martin Luther King and when a whole lot of racial inequality was going on. And so I've always say, why would I go and talk to somebody that looked totally not like me? Why would I go sit around and sit across the table with that person and tell them what I'm going through? Because in the back of my mind, I'm always going to be thinking that Big Mama always said, whatever we say, stay in this house. And so, and if I'm going to go talk about it, I'm not going to go talk about it to the white man. I'm just being honest. Because why would I go talk about that to that person when they've already used so many things against me to tear me down? So if there's nobody else that looks like me to go talk to, and then you may have 2 or 3 other people that don't look like me, I'm just going to suffer in silence. And then what happens when that suffering silence starts to turn to you doing things out of character because you can't verbally express how you feel? Then that's when you become a problem child. And so that's what we see in the schools with young African American boys. They may know how to not express themselves emotionally, because even as adults, we sometimes struggle expressing ourselves emotionally. But when you have a young boy that don't know how to express themselves and they act out a character, throwing stuff or acting a fool in the classroom or wanting to be the class clown because they don't get that attention at home from their dad because he's either absent or he's in the home, but he's not present, then we get labeled as the problem child. And that problem child followed them throughout their entire education career to the point where eventually they just drop out because they're like, I might as well drop out. I'm not learning anything anyway. So all those factors right there play a role in how the barriers limit us when it comes to the mental health of the Black man.
And I even think just how we interact with one another as well as a community. We choose when we want to come together for certain causes as opposed to other ones. It's always about like that one leg up, or I don't want you to be better than me, so I'm gonna not give you some information that's gonna help you. Let me get that first and then I'll bring you in type situation. Or even the idea of he was talking about in the school system. I challenge administrators often, if a student is already in an elevated emotional state, why are you trying to ask them cognitive questions? And then you get upset when they're not responding to you, or you match their energy so they go up a little higher, then it becomes something that is blown out of proportion when you could allow that student to calm down in his own space or her own space. If they're not hurting themselves or anyone, let them have their moment, then talk to them when they are more reasonable. But also, like you said, advocating, right? Talking to your friends, your family, your communities, writing your legislators, right? Um, you know, any piece of advocacy that you can do that benefits the community, because we are slowly moving backwards in the 21st century. And if we continue to move backwards, we're going to be in a shit show in a sense, right? So how do we move past that and break those barriers, continue to advocate, correct people when they say something that is out of line or not correct? Say, no, I'm not going to let you continue on with that. This is what it actually is, because sometimes that person may not know, understand, or support them in navigating that space and learning more.
So I agree. We need more therapists, more counselors that look more like us. So I definitely agree with that, because that's who we're going to feel more comfortable talking to. I also agree with that. We've got to advocate for our own kids, for other kids. My youngest was a handful in school. He came home one day and he told me his teacher pulled his ear. I don't know what he was doing. So went in, had a meeting with the principal, brought the teacher in. First thing she says was a deflection. Oh, your son, he's a handful. Oh, have you told me that before? This is the first time hearing it. First thing the principal said, oh, we need to do a 504 plan for him. Absolutely not. Have you seen this child in this office before I brought the problem to you? No. Then why would you jump to do a 504 plan to address an issue with him when there's an issue with your teacher. So we had to, they said, nip that in the bud, but we need to advocate for our kids. If you don't know how to advocate, find somebody. I know people who go in and advocate for parents. The first thing the schools like to try to do, especially with our African American boys, like they try to put them on that a plan. Oh, they need a plan, as indicating that our boys cannot control their emotions or they can't control themselves in class. Now, little Billy here is doing the same thing. Oh, he's a boy. That's what boys do. But when it's our boys, it's different. So we need to go in and advocate. And you don't have anybody, if the parent doesn't know how to advocate, because a lot of times what I've seen is the mom will go in there cussing and fussing. They're not listening to her at all. It's going in one ear and out the other. Have somebody go in with them who's calm, who's gonna talk to them.
We definitely have to bridge the gap and learn more about emotions and share how to better regulate emotions. And back to your point as well, like we're losing them. We're going backwards very slowly because there's that intergenerational gap, and nobody's handing down this information from past to present to enhance a greater future. And in closing, as we leave the audience with some practical strategies, if you could leave attendees with one key action they can take to support Black men's mental health in their personal and professional lives, what would it be?
Mine would be to listen without judgment. Give them that space where they feel comfortable, where they can come and talk to you. So I think that's where we need to start. We need to change our mindset on the strong Black man as well. And we need to give our African American men, our African American young men, our African American boys, where they can express themselves and feel comfortable coming to it and know that you will listen and listen to them without judgment or listen to them without punishing. Like I said, I don't know what my 5-year-old was doing in class that day. The teacher grabbed his ear, but that was the problem. Was I had an adult grabbing my 5-year-old child in school. So when he came to tell me about it, I listened without judgment. I didn't go, first thing I didn't go was, well, what were you doing? Okay, well, tell me the situation. I'm gonna go to school and address it. I didn't bring him into that meeting because he didn't need to know what was going on with adults. So I think the first thing we need to do is to remember to listen and listen without judgment.
The biggest piece is focusing on their strength. We understand they did something maybe wrong or that you didn't agree with, but what was the strategy behind it that they can repurpose into something more positive, right? I'm going to use robbing the bank just for that, right? You have to have a plan for that. So you have great planning skills. Let's use those skills and put those into something else so that we're able to build you up. And then once you figure out that I can use these skills for something else, robbing the bank won't be on your mind anymore, right? So it's just building and educating and listening to the individuals, to the young men, and actually providing space for them to actually be themselves.
And mine would be an encourager and not a complainer. And why I say that is because when you go to somebody in encouragement, they're more inclined to open up. So when they come to you to express how they're feeling or if something's going on with them, provide them that safe space to be able to pour into you. And as they pour into you, when they give you the permission, because sometimes when we come to people, we just want them to listen. You don't always have to say anything. Sometimes it's about listening. But if they ask you, what are your thoughts on it? Give them some type of encouragement. Don't complain. Oh, here you go again with all this stuff. Or there's something always going on with you. Or you always into something. because sometimes them coming to you can be a cry out for help. So instead of always talking negative about it, how about turning those negative words around and turning them into something more positive? And if you're able to do that over a period of time, just watch how their relationship with whoever that person may be starts to change. Whether that's a professional relationship on your job with some African American man or a personal relationship, it will start to change because sometimes the change has to start with ourselves. We may want to see the change in somebody else, but sometimes we have to be the one to put forth the effort first and mimic the change. And then when we make that change, those people will start to change as well.
All right. Does the audience have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask you all, I volunteer a lot. I'm not academically educated as some other people might be, but I notice in the Black community, we have a lot of hostility. Black women, they a lot of times are the root cause of so many problems. They're number one, they are single mothers and having to struggle in this and that. They talk bad about the Black male, and that then ensues a lot of problems. I volunteer at the alternative school. I see a lot of that. And when they come to the school, they're angry, they're ready to jump on the teacher, or at home, the word is bad about that no good daddy of yours. And that starts a problem, and it starts a problem then of the daddy knows that the mother's saying these sort of things, so he doesn't come around, he's absent, and then he's out in the community not caring what happens to his anymore or to anyone else's children. So we have a lot of problems that we have to look at and overcome, because when the Black male is not there, then you've got a revolving door. A Black boy will be in the household and he sees, well, dad is not here, but mother calls Joe to come fix the leak under the sink. She calls Tom to come and fix her car, and he thinks, well, that's what mothers do, and that's what Black men do. And so these are just problems that you're going to run into all the time with our children, because you may have a mother that's 20 and got 3 children or whatever, and she's only concerned about hair, nails, and what she's wearing to the club. And that child, that boy sees that that's what a mother is supposed to do, or he thinks that's what it is, and or she dresses like, every day like she going to the club. So you have a lot of issues that Black men have to ward off, even just with relationships. But I thank you all for coming and for giving your expertise to even a lay person such as myself. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Y'all give it up for the panelists, man. Give it up, give it up. Thank y'all for tapping in with us. And if that is it, that is all.
I know a lot of folks had to head out that were here with us since this morning. We appreciate you all who are still here, who stuck around. And this part of the conference is our award ceremony. And we just want to recognize and acknowledge some brothers who have been working with us for well over the last couple of years on some very, very powerful community initiatives, working with the youth, working with homeless populations, and also with our barbershop initiative where we do our health screenings. And so for our first awardee this afternoon, I'll actually start off with Mr. Roderick Baldridge. He's actually wasn't able to make it today, but he is the barber for Precision Cuts Barbershop. He hails from small town of Benoit, Mississippi in Bolivar County, where his community proudly embraces the motto, "Together we can." And at this brother's barbershop, we've screened over 200 folks for blood pressure screenings at this barbershop. And he's been just a powerful community partner, very humble brother. He wasn't able to make it today. He had some car trouble, but we'll be accepting the award on his behalf. We have that video for him.
Roderick Baldridge is a nationally recognized barber and respected community leader in the Mississippi Delta. For Mr. Baldridge, the barbershop is more than just a place for fresh fades and clean lines. It's his platform for purpose. Since 2022, Precision Cuts has served as the home base for the Institute's monthly Chopping It Up barbershop series, offering men a safe space to have real conversations about heart health, civic engagement, sexual health, and fatherhood. Through every haircut, every conversation, and every act of service, Mr. Baldridge is helping build healthier men, stronger families, and a more informed community. Mr. Roderick Baldridge, thank you for showing us that barbershops are safe havens, healing spaces, and hubs for health equity. The Black Men's Health Equity Conference is proud to recognize your dedication, your leadership, and your heart for the community. You are more than a barber. You are a builder of better futures.
And our next awardee is Dr. Jesse Kelly. He also he was here earlier. He had to head out a little early. Mr. Kelly is a native of Prentice, Mississippi. He grew up in Jackson, Mississippi, and attended the Jackson Public School District. He's been the pastor of St. Paul Church of God in Christ in Jackson, Mississippi for over the past 43 years, and at St. Hill Church for the past 27 years. He is a district superintendent of Jackson School District, Southern Second Jurisdiction of the Church of God in Christ, and the jurisdictional dean and regional director of chaplaincy at the Central Mississippi Correctional Facility in Pearl, Mississippi. He is married to Mrs. Andrea Kelly and is the father of 6 children. He has a bachelor's of science degree in mass communications from Jackson State University and a master's of divinity and pastoral ministry from Wesley Biblical Seminary in Jackson, Mississippi as well. He also completed a doctor of ministry degree at the Charles Harris Mason Theological Seminary at the Interdenominational Theological Center in Atlanta, Georgia. Our second awardee, Dr. Jesse Kelly. And can we get that video?
Each month, as part of our homeless initiative, one partner continues to show up with heart, consistency, and a true spirit of service. Under the leadership of Pastor Jesse Kelly, St. Paul Church of God in Christ has provided staff and volunteers to serve meals at the Billy Brumfield House, offering not just nourishment, but hope and healing to men experiencing homelessness. Also, he has been a consistent community partner when feeding those in need at Pittman Park. Pastor Kelly's work meets the immediate needs to the unhoused population while building long-term pathways to stability, wellness, and dignity. The Black Men's Health Equity Conference proudly honors Pastor Jesse Kelly for being a driving force behind this vision. Your partnership is creating real change, month after month, meal after meal, life after life.
And our next awardee, Mr. Damius Robinson, is a friend and also a frat brother. Damius Robinson, a native of Shaw, Mississippi, serves as principal of Shaw High School and brings over 18 years of experience in education. A dedicated servant leader, Mr. Robinson is known for his commitment to student success, youth development, and community uplift across the Mississippi Delta. Throughout his career in the West Bolivar Consolidated School District, he has remained focused on unlocking the potential of every single student. Beyond the school walls, he is a trusted mentor and active leader in youth and community programs. Mr. Robinson also serves as the bossalist of the Rho Alpha Alpha chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, where he promotes the fraternity's principles, manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift through service and civic engagement. Guided by the words of Carter G. Woodson, Mr. Robinson believes in using education to build a stronger future for Shaw and the broader Delta community. And I just want to also highlight that working with Mr. Robinson, he's been just a major partner for our program. With his help, we've educated over 400 students in Bolivar County on tobacco and vaping prevention. And he's just been, get out a round of applause for sure. And he's just been a great partner to the Black Men's Health Equity Council. And we're just so blessed to be able to work with him over the past couple of years. And can I get that video as well?
When we talk about champions for youth health, one name stands out in the Mississippi Delta, Mr. Damius Robinson. As principal of Shaw High School and a proud member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Mr. Robinson has opened his doors and his heart to help the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health reach the next generation with life-saving messages. Since 2022, he has been a committed partner in the Institute for the Advancement of Minority Health tobacco prevention efforts, helping us host 5 youth health rallies and reach over 120 students. More than a principal, Mr. Robinson is a trusted ambassador for youth health and men's health throughout the Mississippi Delta region. The Black Men's Health Equity Conference is proud to recognize Mr. Damius Robinson as a true champion for Black men's health.
And last but not least, our last awardee is Mr. Reginald Wiggins. Mr. Reginald Wiggins is a proud native of Brooklyn, New York, whose formative years were spent in Jackson, Mississippi. His early education was shaped by the Jackson Public School District, and he later pursued studies at Lee College in Baytown, Texas, and Southwest Texas Junior College in Hondo, Texas. Having experienced homelessness firsthand, Mr. Wiggins brings a profound sense of empathy and purpose to his work. For the past 11 years, he has faithfully served as Stupak Community Services in various roles, including shelter staff member, outreach worker, and coordinated entry coordinator. He now serves with distinction as director of the Billy Brumfield House, Stupak's Emergency and Transitional Center for Men Experiencing Homelessness. Mr. Wiggins views in his work not merely as a job, but as a calling. He is deeply committed to inspiring and empowering individuals who are navigating the challenges of homelessness, addiction, and incarceration. By sharing his journey of recovery and resilience, he offers hope and a living testament that change is possible. And again, we want to honor today Mr. Reginald Wiggins.
In the heart of Jackson, Mississippi, Reginald Wiggins stands as a symbol of compassion and commitment. With firsthand knowledge of the parents of the unhoused, Mr. Wiggins' work for Stupak Community Services is his calling. As intake coordinator at the Billy Brumfield House, Mr. Wiggins serves men facing homelessness with dignity, respect, and unwavering care. Since 2022, Mr. Wiggins has worked to provide more than just shelter. He offers hot meals, clean bedding, laundry services, and access to life-saving health screenings and vaccines. Despite the hardships faced by his clients, he continues to show up each day with patience, strength, and a heart for service. Mr. Reginald Wiggins, you are a living example of prevention, power, and progress. The Black Men's Health Equity Conference honors you for your unwavering commitment to changing lives and shaping the future of Black men's health.
And that is the end of our award ceremony. And again, we want to thank everyone for attending today. It's been a very powerful day, very impactful day. And just take anything that you learned or you heard today from the sessions, from the keynote speaker. We want you to take some of these lessons, whether it's lessons about community. We had sessions on lung cancer and all different health disparities. Use this information, take it home, share it with your families, your friends, with your community. This is life-saving information for you. And we look forward to seeing you all next year. And we look forward to working with you throughout the year. Thank you again.